And the pot calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says bitch I might be, says nuck if you buck, then says wipe me down. Kettle says yes my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says hell yes, but don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
All right, bars once again. This is DJ Torch on the 1 and 2. We're about to get the show popping. We are about to get this show popping. But before we do that, station break, letting everybody get in here. Tell all your friends, and your friends to come through. Let me start with a jam. One of my favorite jams here. Let me go with this one. This is by Ghost.
I don't need a man to breathe. I built my joy, I made my peace. But if you want a place to land, come as a boy, be a man. I offer peace, not just a place to stay. A quiet strength that won't be swayed. Not here to chase, not here to tame, but come correct when you speak my name. If you want this, come with care. Not just body, but
get this show started. Let's get this show started. Welcome to Roanan, the Barbarian. It's not just Roanan that's a barbarian, though. Unfortunately, in our community, we have a lot of barbarians. We have a lot of, if you don't know what a barbarian is, it comes from an old movie from a very long time ago. Let's put it that way. And it's basically a barbarian. In fact, let's bring up the definition of barbarian right now. I didn't even think about doing that, but why not? The definition of a barbarian. In ancient times, a member of the community or tribe not belonging to one of the great civilizations, Greek, Roman, whatever, relating to ancient barbarians. But the modified version of a barbarian is a person or tribe that is perceived as primitive, savage, and warlike. And I think that really, really, really defines Roanan. And so we're going to be getting into Roanan later on because we have a lot of things to go through, a lot of barbarians to meet, a lot of goofy people to meet as well. So let's get started. Here we go.
As a Black woman, the only Black woman with platforms that I would listen to in terms of dating is Cynthia G and Shira 7. Everybody else, I'm not listening to them. As a whole, the standards are just not where they need to be for me to just be listening to y'all. Like, that's why every time Summer Walker or Jada Waiter or Ari or somebody, Glorilla, whoever, Carisha, when they bring up cheating and what to take from a man and da-da-da-da, that's why y'all always get outraged, because no matter how much money these women got in our community, their standards are still incredibly low. I would not listen to nobody that's not Cynthia G or Shira 7, period.
So basically what she's saying is that Glorilla and company, they're accepting lesser men, though they have access to much better quality men. The reason why they're accepting lesser men is mainly because that's who they grew up with, and let me keep going. Let me just keep going. I think this woman's bringing it out just perfectly. Here we go. Okay.
Time Summer Walker or Jada Waiter or Ari or somebody, Glorilla, whoever, Carisha, when they bring up cheating and what to take from a man and da-da-da-da, that's why y'all always get outraged, because no matter how much money these women got in our community, their standards are still incredibly low. I would not listen to nobody that's not Cynthia G or Shira 7, period.
That's that. Let me take this down a little bit. So she's displaying a lot of the messages that a lot of people have sent. Check them out. So let's keep this going.
King Scott.
Let me put this back for a minute because there's something important I have to read here. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing terrific today. Motion to revoke. Original charge, choking, strangulation. Yes, a man can be walking around after choking and strangling a woman. Let's listen to more. Here we go.
King Scott. All right, probation, there's no application, but he does have a motion to revoke.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you speak loud enough.
Yes.
Will you be calling first?
Welcome, Deontay.
I'll call the new case. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'll call the new case first, the W.
Well, I was just gonna suggest the MTR should probably go first because the new case is a number one on that MTR.
Okay,
And I only inquire because there's two different attorneys.
all righty. All right, the court is calling 2024 CR 007138 State versus I. King Scott. Can I have parties announce?
I, King Scott. How ironic. As you can see, he's wearing orange. He's talking to Judge Boyd right here. Let's see what happens. Here we go.
Opinion for the state of Texas?
Reaction time.
Joseph Staten standing in for Joanna Hoyos. I've previously stood in for her. I had permission previously, but Mr. Scott, will you give this court permission for me to do this in place of Mr. Hoyos today?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Scott, did you review the document entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision and First Amendment Motion to Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same King Rahim Scott who was placed on community supervision in 2024 CR 007138 for the offense of assault, choking, strangulation on July 25th, 2024 for a term of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Your Honor, we're here this morning on state's first amended motion to revoke community supervision. Violation of condition number 1. On or about the 26th date of June 2025 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, King Rahim Scott, committed the offense of assault in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead
He committed this assault on a woman, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Here we go.
to that? True or not true?
True.
State will waive the remaining violations, Your Honor.
Any objections?
None.
Did you
Keep that
understand?
in mind that he said true. He said true to assaulting that woman. Let's keep that in mind. Here we go.
And by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 3 years in the prison.
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a proposed agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, that is to revoke the defendant's community supervision and sentence him to 3 years TDC.
Is that the agreement, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. And if I may put something on the record,
Yes.
So basically, he blew it. He blew it badly. And instead of being able to walk around, which really I don't think he should have been doing that in the first place, he has to go back to the pen.
this was part of a package deal where he'll be entering a plea on the number 1 alleged offense he just pled true to. We asked for this case to run concurrent with that new offense. I do not have the waiver number, but you may have that waiver number. I apologize. If the MTR can run with the waiver number, Your Honor.
That's correct. I was going to mention that at the new plea when we do that.
All right.
All credit for time that he has served.
All right. Mr. Scott,
Yes,
are you asking the court to follow this agreement?
please, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then the court will follow your agreement. The court is finding you guilty. The court will revoke, sentence you to 3 years in the prison.
Seems pretty normal. Seems like everything's going smooth. But here we go. This is how you learn if somebody really regrets what they did. Let's go.
Legally, I must give you credit for any time served. The court will give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Lauren Brianas. This is to run concurrent with 2025 CR 008891W. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, and also because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just 1 second. All right, the court is proceeding in 2025 CR 008891W.
Michael Dwight Goins, appearing for the defendant, Your Honor.
All right. All right, is there a reason why your head is bowed? I don't understand. Did you understand that you have a right to have a grand jury hear this case and make a decision on whether or not to hold you over for a trial?
Yes.
Did you understand that your attorney has certain rights? Namely, he has 10 days to prepare for jury trial and 2 days to pass once he's presented with the information. Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure.
All right.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
And Mr. Scott, did you review the information with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive the reading
We do, Your Honor.
and state you're proceeding on the information as presented?
We are, Your Honor.
Did you review the admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're again charged with assault, strangulation with a previous conviction? That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine.
Now, assault and strangulation, he really thought he could continue walking around this earth free after committing those kind of crimes. They really do. The funny thing I noticed about career criminals is they really think that they're going to eternally get away with it. Even they never say, wow, phew, I've dodged a bullet. Let me not do that again, or let me not do this again. No, they keep going. They can't help it. And you guys wonder why people, there's some personality types or whatever you want to call them, mental types, that they love to destroy people.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. There's to be an affirmative finding of family violence and no contact with Lauren Brianas. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes.
Court will find that, and I'm sorry, counsel, did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, I'm sorry, state, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Shout out to MTGV in the house. Crime Stories, Crime Podcast. Got to check out the channel. It's real good.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. This time, state all versions of evidence, states Exhibit 1 with all attachments.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. And state, have you had contact with the complainant?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
And I'm assuming, I guess she doesn't want to go forward.
That's correct.
All
Well-
right.
At least,
And there it is. So they have all the evidence they need, okay, to probably put this man under the jail. But this is very common where you will find a lot of women, for love, for fear, for kindness, for stupidity, they don't want to press charges and they don't want to move forward. And I will tell you this, that has not worked out well.
initially, yes, we haven't really made contact with it.
All right. Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states Exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. After reviewing states Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say, sir?
No.
All right. Why do you keep putting your hands on Miss Brianas?
Honestly, I didn't.
He just said he didn't. Now, let me break this down because this is very interesting and very, very, very weird. He already said he was guilty of it. But when she asked him again, why did you put your hands on Miss Brianas? Now remember now, they got all that evidence. Now he thinks he wants to get slick and he say, oh, I never put my hands on her. This is a pattern. You're going to see this pattern later on. Keep it going. Here we go.
Oh, you want a jury trial? Because I'm sure they will attach her and bring her in here. And you were not even supposed to have contact with her. So why are you violating the court's orders?
Or she came to my place.
Yeah, and then what ends up happening? There's a witness who has nothing to do with you or her
Yeah,
saying that you were violent towards her.
Your Honor, I wasn't violent towards her. She was violent towards me. I just moved. I left the.
But are you on a jury trial?
I don't feel like going through all that because
This is the funny part. She's like, well, look, if you think you're innocent, then by all means, feel free to have a jury trial. Now that's the funny thing about, men in a certain mindset. They, even after they've been caught red-handed, all the evidence is stacked, they still want to get at it. They still won't make themselves accountable.
you just want to get this over with.
All right. So the court is going to sentence you to 6 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of family violence, $1,500 fine. Take in consideration 2025 PF 24835, 2025 CC 009601. There's $60 restitution to the laboratory for testing. There's to be no contact with Lauren Brianas, and there's to be no residing with minors. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it's, yes.
Okay, you're saying like after I finish doing my parole and everything, I have no right to take care of my child.
You are not allowed to reside or stay in any household where there are children. And you know why I'm doing that? Because there are crazy, stupid women who are out here who will allow someone who has no job, no prospects, been to prison. They think they're great. They allow them to move in their household with their children, babysit their children. Then a child either ends up dead or being abused in some sort of way. So
she's throwing some heat. Basically, it's not a good idea to date or marry or even be in the presence of a hardened criminal or a criminal that has a past of being very abusive to people. And he would be one of them. She is very frustrated. You could tell that she's frustrated that the young lady did not want to prosecute because this dude is going to come right back. And Judge Boyd knows that. Shout out to Femi. Femi's in the house. Deonta says this. He thinks it's a game. He probably beat on her dozens of times and she didn't call the police and they made up and all that. Exactly. So it was a shock when she actually called the police. Bars. Exactly. It fits exactly to you read Judge Boyd's mind.
can you write a check to your child? Of course. I'm sure they would appreciate some finances. But as far as you living in a home with children, absolutely not.
Even if I'm not the aggressor?
You are not allowed to reside in any home with minors. Because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to.
I don't know why he's even worrying about it right now. He's going up for 6 years. I didn't hear anything about it being, let me see.
Own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Before we get off the record, if I may, I believe Mr. Scott was saying something that, just so that he's not confused.
Yes.
My understanding is that there was a violation report regarding the contact allegation made by a CPS caseworker, where CPS informed Mr. Scott to come to the government agency. So a government actor told him, come to the CPS facility. They brought Ms. Briana's. I know there's other violations, but just so that he's clear, if he's ever in a situation again where CPS is telling him to come to a facility, he has to make certain that Ms. Briana's cannot be there.
Now, so here's the thing. If there's a government agency and that government agency says, hey, you need to be here, then he can be there if she's there. But after that, no. If there is a court hearing and he comes to a court hearing, and at the court hearing, it's some civil matter involving children, yes, he can be there. But outside of that, no.
Part of the allegations were alleged that about those CPS contacts, the state did waive those.
Mhm.
So he can understand it.
And that's the funny thing is this dude, after doing all that to women, he thinks he's been done wrong.
You understand now that if CPS does reach out to you, you can.
Which told me otherwise.
No, what I told him is he cannot reside with any minors. And honestly, Lauren Briana shouldn't be residing with any minors. It appears that none of them are able to financially take care of their children. They are not in a healthy relationship, and children should not be around that. So he's not allowed to reside with any minors. And the reason why I'm doing that is because there are so many women who will have somebody who comes from prison out on a murder charge, gang member, bring absolutely nothing to the table, don't have a job, have no prospects. They meet them at a club on a Friday night, bring them back home, and then the next thing you know, they're living there. And then the next thing you know, either a child is dead or a child is some way abused.
Yeah.
So right now, he's not presenting anything to the court.
Now, this is coming from a judge. This isn't like, you know, a feminist channel person speaking. This is a judge who's seen this stuff happen all day, every day, all the time, always on Wednesdays. So I can tell she's frustrated with seeing this same stuff going over and over again. Here we go.
I believe that he should be residing in a household with minors.
I'm not to address that.
Hold on. I've been working and taking care of my kid ever since she was born. I'm the one that's been working hard.
Let me ask you this.
CPS.
Do you live with your
He should have thought about that before choking the woman.
child?
When I had my child, yes, I was living with my
Are you currently living with your child?
No, I've been.
All right, so-
separated.
And how old is your child?
She's 1.5.
All right.
And I have a daughter that's nearly 3 years old,
Mhm.
and I'm taking care of her and putting her
And
in
are-
college.
Is Miss Brianna's mother any of those children?
No,
All right. So the
Oh.
court has made its ruling.
Yes, Judge. This please, sir.
that's
All right. Court is calling 2020.
Right? I mean, straight up. So this is setting up the whole thing because basically that dude's going to prison, right? For 6 years for doing exactly what Roanan and T-Bone, or what's his name? Sorry, folks. Yeah. With T-Bone, what T-Hood did, So let me keep going here. We got to keep going. I hope everybody's having a nice Saturday night. Here we go.
Welcome to Pick Me's Are Better Than You, episode 1. Now, I really didn't plan on doing this because I really don't like to go at Black women because I really mean what I say when I say that I love Black women. And even if I don't agree with your content, I really don't try to go in. And definitely I don't go in like I would do to anyone else. And it's also because, we do all have a right to our own opinion. However, when you're throwing rocks.
Oh, man, not her again. Shoot. Let me tell you, this woman right here is like the female version of Kevin Samuels on steroids. The funny thing I find about women like this is that they are bitter and angry anyway. It's funny because she calls other women bitter, but if you were to listen to her commentary, it's clear that she's the one who's bitter, but we'll find out more. Shout out to Eden Adele in the house. Here we go.
And hiding your hands when it comes to Black women, and you're doing it so publicly, I just feel like it's my duty to say something. And also, I had to really realize that not all skin folk is kinfolk,
Absolutely.
and not all Black women think that we're all sisters. So with that being said, if you guys could please watch these clips, and you know what? Forgive me in advance for what I'm about to say.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Listen to what this woman is going to talk about. Remember now, she claims that she's helping the community, but what she's doing is she's literally making things worse. She's making things in a way that men like Roanan and the criminal I just showed prior to this clip were choking women and stuff. She's making it like these men are in her chat. These men are on her channel. These are the kind of men that subscribe to her because they know they can go here and get that evil vibe they love so much about other women that they choke and beat on. Here we go.
Are we going to continue to sit around and act like we as Black women don't belittle ourselves? Because we do.
And that's the funny thing is the ironic thing about it is she actually, her whole channel is about belittling women. It's all about, that's all she does. So the funny thing is the ultimate level of hypocrisy this woman has. She says, aren't you tired? Let's listen to it one more time. Let's listen to it one more time. This is ironic.
Me in advance for what I'm about to say.
Briana, what's
Are we going to
the
continue to sit around and act like we as Black women don't belittle ourselves?
You heard it. You heard it. And she's in the, if you go to her, look, I cannot find a video that she doesn't belittle Black women. I try. It's just not there.
Because we do. This woman said that I've created a safe space for people to belittle Black women. But when a Black woman...
Yes, you do. That's exactly true. So she acknowledges it. She doesn't admit it. Henry Mars in the house, but she acknowledges it. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Multiples are all over the internet, all in our society, bent over with no clothes on, shaking their behinds.
Now she's belittling Black women. Now she's belittling Black women. This is the funny part is she says, I'm not belittling Black women. It's a shame that, Black women are belittling other Black women. Then she comes around and turns around and starts belittling Black women. That's what gets me.
Are they not belittling themselves or allowing people to belittle them? But because I address it and I...
No, you're belittling them. Otherwise, you would say, well, if she was saying something like, well, geez, it's the way that she's behaving is not really my cup of tea or whatever, then I'd be like, I understand. You're just voicing your opinion, but that's not what she's doing. Number one, okay, what she's not telling you is that Black men are 10 times worse than Black women when it comes to any metric of behavior. There's 10 times as many Black men in jail. There's 10 times as many Black men. No, there's 100 times, maybe 200 times men beating on women. It's like this. I wish Black men, we were doing better, but we're not. So to hear a Black woman out of the blue start belittling other Black women, knowing that Black men are doing worse, then you know that she's putting Black women in danger because these Black men that are doing worse are listening to her and thinking they're just not any worse. Here we go.
Call it out. I'm belittling Black women.
Yes.
But we're doing it to ourselves.
No, you're doing it also. You're doing it too. You're doing it also. You're trying to it's this weird kind of I'm a monster, but I'm not a monster kind of thing. Like I'm a monster, but I don't hurt anybody. I'm a monster. I don't insult people. That's the kind of vibe she's throwing out there.
Every single day. And that's the problem.
And that's what she does every single day. She literally has a video every single day. Every single day insulting Black women. And the thing is that it's one thing if there were that she was telling actual like facts. They're not even facts. She can be debunked almost every day of the week.
Black women, we don't want to hear the truth. We call everything, well, look at the comments. But are the comments, are they telling the truth? The truth hurts. Stats are the stats. Black women.
That's right. Stats are the stats. Black men go to prison 10 times as much as black women. And that's funny how you don't bring that shit up. That means she blocked me for life. Henry, this is Just Girl Talk, I think.
We have high obesity rates.
Just girl. It's the example is Just Girl Talk, but there's like, I don't know, there's about 100 of these women who do the same thing at least. They go in like on this, like us. Who else? What's her name? The red one, not the red. Oh, Crimson Cure is the same way. Chantel Simone. Who's the woman who got divorced? What was her name? I forgot her name, but she got a divorce and she got some also got some some body work done and some plastic surgery done, and then has the nerve to complain about other women, but she's trying to change herself herself.
That's a fact. Black women, we are have the lowest marital rates. That's a fact.
And that's funny thing she brings up, that black women have the lowest marriage rates. And it was Kevin Samuels who said that black men are the ones who are the gateway to marriage. Well, it's clear that if black women are not getting married, it ain't their fault. Melanie King, thank you. It's black men's fault, because if, number one, again, 30% are in prison already. They're not going to get married. If they were married, it's not much of a marriage if they're in prison. And number two, it's the new thing. Kevin Samuels was sleeping around with 6 women. Of course, they knew each other, but he was paying them, of course. But so that doesn't say anything. So yeah, the stats, we're getting into the stats here right now. And it's like this. If you want to be like this woman and pit women against men are losing. As far as income and jobs and work and employed, it's already 50-50. But when you start getting to those who abuse the other person, men lose clearly by at least a lot. We're talking about half the men in our community abuse women. Half. Okay? Half. Okay. Then you look at the men who are in prison, and then you look at the men that are doing good, okay? But that's just a small portion of them. So yes, there are good men in our community that are doing well. The problem is it's not nearly enough. So she should be trying to make men better. But what does she do? Makes them worse.
Black women, we are the most enrolled in college, but we have the lowest.
Most enrolled in college. What she left out is not only are black women the most enrolled, they're the best educated, number 2. Number 3, the most employed. She left that shit out.
Completion rates, that's a fact.
No, it's not really a fact, because obviously they're completed. Whether they complete it or not, there's more black women getting educated than any other race of women. So why she tried to bring that up, you could tell she's reading off the Kevin Samuels, play sheet. That's what she's doing.
Please stop blaming God for your poor choice. This message is for black women and black women only. Answer this question. So statistics show that only 26% of black women will marry in their lifetime. From any race, 26% of black women will marry in their lifetime.
That and who's the person who's the gateway to marriage? Black men. Why is she blaming black women for being in a bad situation? Look, the only reason black women are not marrying more is they are so race loyal to black men. If that wasn't going down, ooh, double. The rates would double. Because there are other races of men checking for black women. So she's trying to dehumanize and trying to demean black women, something she said that she complained about that black women do to other black women, right? She's literally complaining. She's literally behaving the way that she showed disdain for earlier in her talk. That's amazing. Anyway, Eden Adele says black women are the most race loyal when it comes to marriage. Bars. That's why they're the least married. Bars. Interracially, though, they have the longest marriages where black men do the worst. She ain't bars Eden Adele. And you know what's funny? Old girl talk ain't gonna tell you that girl talk. She ain't gonna tell you that girl talk. No, she's not.
My question is, why do you guys think that is? Why do we
I
have?
just answered it for you. It's because of black men. We are not ready to marry. You can't be married. You can't. I mean, if you're listening, Kevin Samuels, if you're a man and you're listening, Kevin Samuels, you're not ready to get married. You don't want to get married. If you're listening to Rep Hell, you don't want to get married. Because every time they bring up a married man, they call that man a simp. I wonder why.
Such low marital rates. And I'm not talking about black women marrying black men. I'm talking about men of all race wanting or desiring to marry a black woman.
It's like 95% of black women want to marry a black man. That's the problem. Now, if they were trying to get, married by other races of men, that'd be different. And what's funny to this, she didn't even answer this. She didn't even put this in the mix. Girl talk, do you know that black men date out more than black women by double? No. Well, you probably do know, but you didn't want to say that shit. Because I know pandering comes with the pandering. There's a big bill for pandering. But keep going. Keep getting them super chats. Here we go.
And why are we so undesired when it comes to marriage? So
and see how she tried to make it sound like black women are undesired. You speak for yourself, girl. Speak for yourself.
Scares me more
Look,
than
the mentality of black women scares me.
The way black women think, the way that we process things, the way that we handle things, the way that we interpret things.
Remember now, this is recent. So while this is going on, she's seen how Diddy, Chris Brown, Roanan and other men have had this barbarian behavior, but she's scared of other black women, which is kind of weird. Here we go.
It scares me because it just shows me how much work we have to do.
Well, imagine how much work black men have to do, because black men are the ones, I'm sorry, we're not doing as good. We're not doing as good as black women. When it comes to behavioral stats, we're not doing as good. We're just not. Here we go.
The way that we decide to handle situations, the way that we deflect. Handle
situations? It was 10 times better than black men. How we doing? Look, this is funny. I can't believe she's saying this with a straight face after all that stuff we saw going on with Shannon Sharp, who lost literally $150 million because of his behavior. And then there's a lot of examples of men who make up a lot less than that being in the same situation.
The way that we point the fingers, the way that we just refuse to want to do better, that scares me.
Wait, statistically, black women have been doing better every year. I don't see how she can sleep at night. let me play. Here we go. Let me play.
Because it makes me look at my society, look at society, look at my community, and say, this is the problem.
Now, I don't know if y'all are as annoyed as I was while I was clipping this video together, but baby, imagine saying that Black women are undesired and they're shaking their behinds everywhere and they're obese and they don't graduate from school and they have low completion rates and are undesirable, all the while being part of the demographic that you're talking about. Imagine using terms like we when you know doggone well that you don't believe that you're included in this. You know that you feel superior. You know that you feel like you're better than the rest of Black women. You know that you feel like you are way better than these bitter single Black women. And this is the problem in a nutshell. How can you help someone that you look down on?
Right. Exactly. How can you help someone you look down on? And that's what bothers me. They all do it too. They all do it. They all act like they're helping Black women. These Black women and the Black men in the Red Pill, they all act like they're helping, but they're not. They're just another problem. They're creating more violence in our community. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. And this is the kind of men that they support. Right here.
Court. I'm taking all this to court with me. All of this is evidence. All of this is
After 20 years of marriage, wife discovers husband has a secret family and 2 babies. So, again, Girl Talk has the nerve to talk all that crap, knowing that this common behavior right here, this Black man has, is all over the place. Who knows? She might be in the middle of one too. You never know what her husband, I think she has a husband, I don't know, husband, significant other, whatever, is doing. I guarantee you he's probably cheating on her. Maybe that's why she's so grumpy all the time. I'm not saying he is. I'm just thinking that could be one of the problems. Maybe that's why she's grumpy. Tiffany Jackson in the house.
all of this is evidence. All of this. I can get his evidence.
Bianca says, if he's cheating like that, there's no defense. Yeah. Check this out. Here she goes.
Hey, babe.
Babe.
There's nothing you can do. Let's see what he tried.
What are you doing? How are you? Who's your friend?
I'm not no friend.
Who's your friend?
I'm not no
Who's
friend.
your friend? No, I'm getting this because we're getting a divorce and I need all the evidence that I can get.
See, what was funny is this, his other wife or whatever you want to call it, maybe she is already married, was about to get into it with the girl. But when she heard, what? Listen.
All the evidence that I can get. And this is the 3rd or 4th woman that I caught him with. And who are these?
What? I mean, it's like a double cheat. I mean, not only was he cheating on his wife, he was cheating on this other young lady who I bet might be married or thinking about getting married to. So every time he cheats on his wife, he's cheating on her too. I don't hear girl talk. You want to clear this up? You want to clear this up, girl talk? You want to clear it up? You want to clear it up? You want to clear it up?
The woman that I caught him with. And who are these?
These is his kids. No.
And he's like acting like, oh, these are the mother of my kids, and acting like dap. Listen to this. Here we go.
You can call me baby mama because you finna be on some child support. Because what do you mean?
We just came back. We just came back from Greece. You just proposed. You just proposed to me.
Ladies, and gentlemen, there are just some men who have absolutely no empathy. No problem trying to pull this off. In fact, it gets them off. It gets them off. And this is why Black women are the least married. What, do you really expect these women to stay with this dude? This is the attitude that has been cultivated for years in our community. Mental state, just girl talk. She was all like, oh yeah, I'm scared about the mentality of Black women. What? Which mentality are you talking about? The one that makes them stick with a cheater, or the one that, realizes that this is a dead relationship? If he's willing to cheat, so he cheated on both women with each woman, and then on top of that, cheated even more with other women. You can't fix that. You can't repair that kind of promiscuity, that kind of lack of empathy, that kind of narcissism, in my opinion, because that's usually what it is. And of course, weakness and stupidity. I mean, you can't get away from that. You can't, let's keep going.
Because I need, you just asked me to renew our vows after 20 years, and you're gonna be in here with her. Oh no, they're gonna get all this evidence. All this evidence is going right to court. And guess what? I'm not getting half. I'm getting about 70% on that. You know, these kids are old as hell. These kids old as hell. So how long is it?
And how long y'all been married? Because I've been around
20 years. He just asked me to. He just asked me to renew our vows last week in Greece.
Don't put
so
me.
when did he take you to Greece?
So when did he take you to Greece? I guess I'm dumber.
When did he take you to Greece?
Don't worry about it.
Exactly. All he gonna do is give you these babies. I bet you he ain't help you with them though. I bet you he ain't. I bet you he not helping you. I bet you he.
That's that issue on the back. That should have been left out. She shouldn't have done all that. And I'll tell you why. This woman clearly doesn't know about this other dude. I mean, about this, that he was her wife. But that just goes there. You go. I wonder why Black women were never married. There you go. I just gave you your answer right here. Here's your answer. There it is. There's your answer. You look in the mirror, fellas. There's your answer. The only thing that should came out of his mouth is an apology. There's the answer. Oh, wait a minute. That never happens all the time. Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't be. They got bigger problems than each other. That's for sure. There's big. Look, y'all think that's a one-off? You think it's a one-off? Ah, I get it. Okay, how about this one?
I'm like here thinking like, oh my God, like he really loves me, Loves me, and he's like, oh, like my mom.
Let me go back.
That was her man. So she actually messaged me.
And then hang out on the weekend.
Okay.
They know about this and they are enabling.
Now, what I like about this situation here is that it shows you no matter, even if they get the women they claim they want, they still cheat.
Up in this thing. All right.
Okay, let me go forward.
Boyfriend. See, that's why I got to make sure everything is right.
Okay.
All right, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Me up. TikTok, I need your help. I need to find out who this lady is because she needs to know the kind of monster she married on Saturday, July 26th in Fairfax, Virginia. This is Frank Arnold, and I have been seeing him consistently for the past year up until 4 a.m. on Saturday morning when he dropped me off at my house after spending the night with me. So imagine my surprise when I go online and I see a video that his friend posted of Arnold getting married after he had just been telling me he wanted to have a child with me.
He said he wanted that. I'm telling you, this is the reason. This is the reason why Black women are the least married. It has nothing to do with Black women. Well, I'll say a little, just to give 5%. This is the issue.
I had no idea he had a whole fiance. That's her name and that's his name. They ended up going to the club after the wedding. Weird. He doesn't even look like he's enjoying himself. This is the demon that calls himself a man of God. That's him calling me Saturday at noon to tell me he was going to the dentist when in reality he was on his way to his wedding. These are
the level of lying, the level of I mean, you have to literally just not care about people to do this kind of pain to people, to lie at this level, to lie at this level. I've been used to it. I've seen people literally lie, not only to me and others, but to even in court. I've seen them literally lie. It is the weirdest thing you will ever see. It is something that you will never get over. And this is the strange thing, is it's very common.
are random videos of me always at his house with time.
That's his house. Now, look, I'm not one to
that calls himself a man of God. That's him calling me Saturday at noon to tell me he was going to the dentist when in reality.
That's a messy ass house. Got boxes all over the place. Maybe he's moving out. Maybe that's why he's moving in with his girlfriend. I mean, his fiance.
He was on his way to his wedding. These are random videos of me always at his house with timestamps. Him always asking to hang out with me. 2 weeks ago, he went to Miami for a supposedly birthday party. Turns out it was his bachelor party with strippers included. As soon as he landed, he came to pick me up to spend the night with him. Where was his fiance? His friends and family.
Wow. I mean, that marriage is doomed. I think it's doomed.
Family know about this and they are enabling this behavior. I have known this man for 6 years and I never thought he would do this to me. TikTok helped me find her so she can find out who he really is. TikTok.
Wow.
Hey guys, I know there's been a lot of confusion about the timeline of things, so I'm gonna try to clear up some of the questions you guys have. We started dating in 2019. We were together for 4 years. We met each other's families. It was a real relationship.
I mean, that's crazy. Let me drop the link. Okay.
We broke up in 2023 because I felt like he wasn't taking the relationship serious enough.
Yeah, apparently not. Apparently not.
So I decided to move to California and start a new life there. A few days before I left, he was begging me to not leave and to stay in Maryland and start a life with him. But it was
evil. He knows he's got somebody else, but he's still begging this woman to stay. That's a sign of psychopathy, if you ask me.
It was too late. I decided that we needed to go our separate ways. And when I was in California, he would try to contact me and still beg me to come back and start a life with him. When I came back to Maryland last summer, before we started anything again, I asked him 3 separate times to make sure that he wasn't talking to any.
So basically, she's just reassuring us that you know, that she made every effort to make sure that he was single.
Wanted me to leave him again. And he said that, yeah.
Right.
We were even going to my friend's wedding together, but when he asked me the date of the wedding, I said it was July 26th.
So let me go over here for a minute.
My pictures, like, you know, all of that. So then
I'm gonna stop it right there. I think I made my point. So I think today, if we come up with anything today, it's clear that the reason why Black women are the least married is because of Black men. Black women stay married, what, 88, something like 88%, 90%, race loyal. So yeah, if you're that race loyal, you're going to get these kind of numbers. It's amazing they're even married 30% when you think about it. So let me bring Deontay up. And I guess before I move forward, Deontay, you have anything to say about my theory?
Oh no, I don't have. I'm sorry, I missed a lot of.
Oh no problem. Okay, here we go. We were about to have some fun though. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me pause that for a minute. I don't know why it reset, but it did. Okay, let me move it fastward. I think it's right here. I think it's right here. Here we go. Now listen to this. Here we go.
What it had to say. Listen to what Shonda had to say, and then we will come back with more.
Let me pause it because I want to make sure you hear everything. To bring up the volume a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Here we go.
Well, I don't allow one.
Oh, no, it's not loud enough. You gotta see. I used to do a lot of sound engineering stuff, and I'm very, 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 very picky about my audience being able to hear everything. So please excuse me while I make some adjustments here. Okay, here we go.
Conversation. Why can't the lowest hanging fruit this clip listen to what Shonda had to say, and then we will come back with more.
Okay, well, I don't allow women. Okay, white women are quiet. Black women are loud.
Once again, I don't need you to mention or disrespect Black women. There's loud women in every culture. So can you move forward with mentioning race or ethnicity?
Spoiler alert, he couldn't. And he eventually got kicked off of this dating show because every time the host asked him about the different qualities or characteristics he wanted in a woman, the first words out of his mouth are, "See, Black women." Him repeatedly.
Yeah, it was. Here, let me see if I can find the full clip. Here we go. Here's a full clip.
Yes.
Without color.
I like nice hair. Well, I could rub my fingers through it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
White women, hair silky. Black women, nappy wigs falling off.
Notice how his hair is nappy too.
Is this guy trolling? It's almost like he's joking.
I think I was thinking the same thing. I said, please, brother, be trolling because it's hilarious if you're trolling. But if you're not, oh my God.
All off at the club, you know what I mean?
You're being disrespectful. Okay, that's enough. I'm gonna ask you to leave if you can't be respectful.
Well,
so okay.
Have a good one.
Okay. Yeah. If you can't,
I keep it real. All right.
Okay. It doesn't matter. That's not real. That's rude. And there is a difference. Okay. So I'm sorry, ladies. I tried to get, but.
So yeah, I mean, what's funny to me is he's using Black colloquialisms about defending his choice of Caucasian women, which is kind of interesting to me if you think about it.
He said their hair is long and silky. Like, you ain't never heard of a silk press? Black women can do their hair any way more than any other woman on the planet can do their hair.
Right. I just find it, I mean, it's hilarious. But see, this is another reason why Black women are the least married. I mean, you got Black men like this like Shannon Sharp, you know, with this rhetoric about not wanting black women. So black women want black men, so that they're going to be the least married. It's just, that's the way it is. You can't want, if you want somebody who don't want you, the results, don't get me wrong, there are beautiful black couples out there, amazing black couples. But if the status quo is like this, ain't gonna happen. Either that, or a lot of the black men probably think they're dating down if they're dating a black woman because of this mentality that keeps building, I feel, from the manosphere. And so let's skip the Boosie going, getting arrested again, because I'll put that on the crime video. That's you know. Here's Halle Bailey's husband.
It really wasn't a lot of negative.
Let me pause that. So I think everybody's heard about this. Halle Berry is probably one of the finest 60-year-old women you're going to find. And her old husband from like 20 years ago, don't ask me how he was brought up. Simply put, almost insulting her, basically insulting her.
It really wasn't a lot of negative attention until I decided to leave her in 1996. You know, I remember.
Notice how he makes it clear. Number one, if you're on good terms, I assume he's on good terms with her, right? So why would, and he's married again, by the way. So it's even more weird. Shout out to Tiffany Jackson and Miss Alto in the house, Eden Adele in the house. I have Deontay on stage. Here we go.
Saying to me, you know, hey, you know, she asked me to marry her after knowing me.
That's just low. I didn't know much about you know, what's his name? David Justice. I really didn't. I thought he was an okay dude, but you can tell he's got some issues.
Me for 5 months. So I'm looking at my mom, and I'm a Midwest guy. So in my mind, I'm thinking a wife at that time should cook, clean,
traditional,
you know, and then I'm thinking.
Let me pause it, because this is where shit gets really weird. They got married in the height of her career. In the height of her career. She couldn't cook and clean if she wanted to. She was too busy. Not only that, but they could hire a chef for every night of the week if they wanted to, if they were at home, because he was out going playing ball games, right? And she was out gallivanting the world making these wonderful movies. It just shows you the level of ignorance. Not only that, but think about it. It's been 20 years for him to bring this up, to bring her up at all, is very weird and disgusting, because quite honestly, unless they just like pulled his arm behind his back to make him talk about Halle Berry, he's got his own wife. He's got his own life. But what he's doing is he's clout chasing. Believe it or not, as much money as he may have made, and he made quite a bit, Halle Berry is more famous than David Justice is. You would have to be in the sports baseball life. I mean, Halle Berry is pretty much almost more popular than baseball. Okay. So it's not that he did, it's basically she just has been more world renowned than he has. And for some reason, he's jealous about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was perfect. He's clout chasing. He was on a podcast. I don't believe that he brought her up intentionally. I think they were just talking about his career. And of course, he was married to Halle Berry, so it was gonna come up, and then they went down that path. Now he didn't mind going into it, because one of the things about being a celebrity is that anything you've done publicly is open for discussion, you know, and unless you tell them, no, I don't want to talk about that, right? I mean, they still talking to Jennifer Aniston about when she was married to Brad Pitt 20 years ago. But it's like, yeah, he clout chasing as well because he sees that this is the first time that he's been talked about in a public space like this ever. And he's never been in the algorithm before. You know, like this is new to him. So he's popping up everywhere. So I mean, at this point, if somebody brought him in to do an interview just to talk about Halle Berry, he would probably do it. He's not broke. This dude is rich still, but there's a difference between wanting, you know, to be known and wanting fame and people having your, you know, your name in their head, and then people who just is cool with just having the money, you know.
Right.
He likes it.
Yeah. The thing what I've learned is that a lot of these people who were in the limelight or who were famous for a while, they hate not being relevant anymore. And Halle Berry has remained relevant, whether she's had a stormy career, but she stayed relevant. I mean, David Justice, unfortunately, all he could do was playing baseball. I think he was good at business too, but it's not the same thing. So, and if you've seen his wife and Halle Berry, it's not even close. It's not even close. Halle is just the finest woman he's ever dated or married or whatever. You could tell. Now, his wife might have been cuter back in the day, but Halle right now, it's not even close.
Okay, if we have kids, you know, is this the woman I want to have kids with and build a family with? And at that time, as a young guy, she don't cook, don't clean, don't really seem like motherly. And then we start having issues.
Imagine being married to.
The issues is probably he was cheating, but, you know, I digress.
I'm going to tell you, DJ, this is a different kind of situation, though, because like you said earlier, one, when you are filming movies, especially big Hollywood movies, those movies usually shoot about 3 months on location, flying around or wherever. Then you usually do about 6 to 8 weeks, let's say 2 months of promotion, where they're flying you around, you know, doing promotions and stuff. So that's what, 5 months altogether. And if you shoot 2 movies in 1 year, you only got 2 months off for the year.
Exactly.
So, and then you couple that with the fact you're married to a man who's playing 162 games in a 5 month, you know what I'm saying, season. So y'all just not seeing each other. So she can't cook, clean, none of that stuff. That's one. So you can't blame her for that. It ain't like he married. I can see if he married a woman who was an at-home wife and she was just sitting there drinking wine all day, not doing shit. That's different. But here's the other part of it, though. I don't know. None of us know Halle Berry personally, none of that, right? But you know, your actions speak louder than words, right? She's been married, I think, 4 times, and I believe all of her husbands divorced her, including him. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not saying something's wrong with her. I'm just saying that, like, that is a crazy track record. Like, that's almost like, I mean, I know Elizabeth Taylor was married like 8 times, but I think she divorced all of them. Like, I've never seen that before where a woman this is where I say beauty, you can't just look at how beautiful somebody is or even how successful they are, because a relationship is different. You can be the greatest thinker, basketball player, actor, actress, the most beautiful person ever graced the planet. But that ain't got nothing to do with your personality and your attitude. And for foreign men to divorce her and leave her, it just kind of make you wonder, like, okay, what's up?
Well, I can break that down for you. I think she was with Wesley Snipes, right? I don't know if she married him or not.
They wasn't
married. But I think her issue, which is different now because I think she went through a lot of therapy, is that she was going into relationships maybe not fully healed. And of course, that's just not justifiable, but the reason why is probably because she was busy working. And when you're not healed, whether you're a man or a woman, you're probably going to decide on seeing the wrong people, which, if you know what I mean, and marrying the wrong people. I know that two of the guys, well, there was one guy who she had I don't know if they were married or not, some white dude who turned out to be a gold digger, who fought for custody and all that kind of stuff, who gets like $10,000 a month or something like that. And then there was the French dude, I think he was French, who the model dude who she was had a child by and wanted the $10,000. He ended up getting in a fight with the guy that she ended up marrying, but it was brief. The dude that she married was a nut job. And the model that she went out with was obviously a nut job too, in his own way. And when I heard that the French guy beat up really bad the other guy, I knew that, okay, this is toast. Well, I don't know how much longer the French dude's going to last, but here we go. So those are the two that I recently know about. I know there's a couple other guys that she married to, but basically the thing is that she had the classic. She never really had a chance in my opinion, because for some reason she just attracted men that were quite volatile. I mean, Wesley Snipes, extremely talented man, but he was extremely volatile as well. I mean, he didn't have to act too much to do Blade. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but Wesley's not known for being a woman beater or even a womanizer. And but like what I'm saying is that Halle Berry attracts.
I don't know about that. It's famous. She lost hearing in her right ear because of Wesley Snipes. So
Wesley beat her up.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't see how Wesley Snipes could beat up Halle Berry and still be working in Hollywood.
He kind of isn't. He kind of isn't. He went to he did go to prison for what? It was tax evasion.
But that was a whole nonsense, man. He had the money and everything. They just wanted to get him because of his Armin Ron studio productions. It was some shit he was doing that they didn't like.
But think about it. I mean, Chris Brown went free. I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, but Chris Brown.
I mean, Chris Brown. There's a lot of men who beat up women who still continue to work, of different races too. It's very common. I mean, that's why the Me Too movement was born, because or reborn, or whatever you want to call it. Eric Benet, I guess. Eric McNay was her second husband, and he was a serial cheater. I know that. He admitted that. I can literally say that because he said that was one of his problems. I think that's one of the songs. Well, didn't he release a song called Love Don't Love Me Anymore? And I think the song was actually about how he bounces around. And so that's the life of Halle. Yes, I'm telling you that because I was back there in the day. That's how I know that everybody back then, it was like a fact that Halle Berry lost her hearing because Wesley Snipes went straight up Blade on her, without a blade, but you see what I'm saying? That's basically, nobody argues that. There's really little argument. I can understand I got you by about at least 20 years. So that was kind of like a 90s thing going on, if you know what I mean. And
I was just looking at it. I guess they never officially took it anywhere, but unlike the Chris Brown situation where he did get arrested for that. But I mean, that I don't believe in the beating on the women thing at all. So, but I'm just saying that the thing with Halle Berry is just, we all want it to be a good, wonderful story, but it's not always like that. I don't got nothing against
Right.
Halle Berry. You know, I like her. I think she's a good actress, and you know, obviously, she won an Academy Award and everything. She was the first black woman to win, I believe. She was the first black woman to win. And then after that, she actually opened up the gates because black women actually won more academies than black men have since then. You know, so that's a good deal. I'm just saying that, hey, there's nothing wrong with admitting that, you know, because she's done everything that everybody talks about. It from the feminist side, at least. Like, she's dated black men, she dated outside of her race, she dated international, she married these, she married rich men, she's done like she checked off all those boxes, and they all still, you know, went away from her. So it's okay. She's just not, you know, like she's 60 years old. And that's the thing. What do you think about these? Like, I guess I shouldn't say it like that. There's nothing wrong with a woman in her 60s or even 70s still trying to date.
Well, she look fine to me. Shoot.
No, she is. She look good, you know. But she's married now. She said the guy that she's with now, right, is like the one she should have been with. So it's all good.
Yeah. I mean, you only see a lot of people. This is the funny thing that, especially when you hear it in Red Pill, they think that women and men get a million chances to get married. And it's really not that way. Really, quite honestly, you really get maybe 3 chances in your lifetime, to a legitimate chances to really get married. And that's just the normal person. That's just the normal situation. And that's why it's funny when you hear people say, oh, well, you never got married. It's like, well, you know, and it's funny. It's usually coming from somebody who's not married themselves. You know, shout out to Ghost in the house. Ghost says, Diddy was throwing them hands for decades. He sure was, and he still didn't get caught. You know, he's just getting his well, I don't even know if he's going to get any accountability. Eric Benet, as I said before, and let me make this clear. I love me some Blade Blade videos. Okay, I love me some Blade, some Wesley Side Blade movies. I'm all in. You see what I'm saying? Eric Benet, I love his music. So it's not me going after these dudes. It's just, this is what happened. You know, they're nowhere, anywhere on the map when it comes to Diddy. Diddy is was a monster from the beginning, you know. But yeah, so that's basically the thing. I understand your point. You're saying, well, she's had four chances at the apple. Is the person she just recently married, is that number 5?
I think he's the 4th one.
Okay. So I hope, I wish them the best. Well, kind of, because you know, I was hoping really to get married to her myself, to be honest with you. You know, but
well, you know what they say, be careful about meeting your heroes, you know. They might disappoint you. That's why I say you can't
right, be careful what you wish for. That's what he's saying, you know.
Yeah, man. Like, she's a beautiful woman. That's why I say, like, God is amazing the way He set it up, because, like, sometimes I compare, like, a woman to like a majestic tiger. It's beautiful, drop dead gorgeous when you see it, but it's the most deadly thing on earth too, at the same time.
Yeah, straight up. Hey, I understand that. Miss Alto says this. Miss Alto, thanks for coming through as well. Tiffany Jackson in the mix as well. And she was an up-and-coming actress when Wesley Snipes, WS, damaged her hearing. Wesley Snipes was at the peak as an A-list actor at the time. Yeah, that was during that he was doing movies like he was in what was that? The King of New York. He wasn't the king, but he was in the movie. He was in also with he was also in the Blade series and a bunch of other movies. He was very popular. Tiffany Jackson says, it's interesting how in the black community, the women are not allowed to make mistakes while black men make mistakes after mistake after mistake, and it's expected to be forgiven. Bars. That's actually true. Rat Girl says, Rat Girl, it's good seeing you. It's been a minute. The Rat Girl says, Halle Berry is not black. She's biracial. Bars. That is a true fact. She is biracial. I think Eric Benet was too, right? But anyway, let's keep it going. But if we want to be accurate, and not do the one drop rule, she is biracial. Tiffany Jackson says again, haven't both Kim Kardashian and J-Lo been married 4 times? I don't hear that tag being placed on them. That's a good point. Very good point.
But that's because Kim Kardashian is I don't know how to say it, but she's a gold digging whore. So like Halle Berry's not a gold digging whore. So Kim Kardashian get married 1,000 times, don't matter. Who was the other one you said? Kim and who else?
J-Lo.
Yeah, J-Lo has been married a few times. I don't know. Some people are just, I don't know about that one, but Kim don't count because we know what she's going for.
But still, it's still a good point because Kim's still famous or whatever.
Yeah.
And then Rat Girl says this, I can't help but wonder if her issues stem from being a typical biracial. GJ, I've lurked on some of your lives. Thank you, Rat Girl. I can't really say that being biracial or not biracial actually makes you different. I mean, there was a myth back in the day. That light-skinned women, they would say that they were crazier for some reason. And this even got pinned on to who sung I'm Every Woman? Who sung that?
I'm Every, wasn't that Chaka Khan?
No, not Chaka Khan. Even though Chaka Khan was Chaka Khan was like Whitney Houston. That because I guess there was a camp that saw Whitney Houston as light skinned as well. Even though to me she was kind of caramel, and a beautiful caramel woman, by the way. Let me shut up here. I'm good. Back in memory lane. These are all the women from my area. You see what I'm saying? So but shout out to Indy, Mom.
I'm sorry. I know. There are a lot of white guys, older ones, older than me at least, who they looked at Whitney Houston as like a sex symbol because basically they thought that she had white woman features with a black body and that darker skin hue. So it was like the best of both worlds for them. That's why they love the bottom of the boot so much, those Italians and Sicilian women, because they're white, but they can tan and get dark. They can get pretty dark too, like bronze.
Yes.
Almost looking like a Brazilian.
True.
So they love that.
Shout out to Tevin. Yeah, I mean, basically, who is this dude? Let's let this dude up for one. Here we go. Hello? Hello? Okay, I don't hear anything. Okay, I don't do weirdos. Yeah, he's got to go. I'm not going to ban him, but I will kick him from the studio. You can come back, but okay, there we go. So anyway, yeah. So let me keep going here. So I think we covered her pretty good, but yeah, basically, the thing is that what shows character to me, Deontay, is when to me, class is like the only thing David Justice could have seen and said, she's a wonderful lady. We just didn't work out. I know it sounds kind of fake or whatever, but it's not like Oh, the Rat Girl is here. Okay. Rat Girl, is that you?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to change my name.
Oh, no problem, no problem. The Rat Girl, the only reason why I was like worried because there was a long time ago, like I'm talking like a year and a half ago, right? There was this guy who was MJ. He was an African dude who was living in Germany, and he was a complete nut. So anyway, it's good to see that that's not you. Okay. So welcome to the stage. It's really good hearing your voice once again.
Thank you. I want to talk about the biracial thing.
Okay, break it down.
The reason I am the mother of a biracial person. He happens to be male.
Okay.
And when he was in school, he came to me because he was having issues with, I call him the wrong kind of biracial, and that's what Halle Berry is. Because the biracials who have a white mother tend to have a lot of issues. And he was having problems with the ones like that at school because they were mad that he was okay with having a Black mother and, being half Black. He's like, why would I have a problem with that? I love my mom. She's great. He's like, I know who my parents are. Dad has always been there, blah, blah, blah. But they could not understand how he could not be anti-Black. And all of these others were being raised by white women. There was like one or two other kids in his school who were the kind of biracial he is, and they didn't have a problem. They didn't have a problem with each other, and they were always like, what is wrong with these people? And so that's why I'm saying that I wonder, because Halle Berry is that kind of biracial. And so that is why I wonder why she has relationship issues, because she has identity issues. That's the root of her problem, is that she's trying to find herself outside of herself, because I always got the sense that her being biracial was not affirmed, and that she was forced to identify as Black. Black people do that crap. Yeah. And especially racist white people, when they encounter biracial people, will do that one drop crap as well.
Right.
Because I've had run-ins with Black people who will say my son is Black. He's not Black. His father's not fucking Black. Pardon my language. But if you don't have two Black parents, you are not Black. I don't care if you look like Barack Obama, who is also not Black. Okay? It's like there's a difference. Yes, he can identify as Black because he's visually Black, but his genetics are not that of a person who has two Black parents. It's like, we need to stop this.
Right.
Yeah, and I've tried to be friends with biracial women over the course of my life, and they're worse than Black women. Very male identified. They have identity issues and all of that. And it's just like, so excuse me. That's why I wanted to bring that up, because I firmly believe that is the source of Halle Berry's problems with trying to figure out where she fits in the world outside of work.
Do you think it might have something to do with how the parents raise the kids? I mean, as far as, that dynamic as well?
Yes, because, we know, and it's well documented, that many biracial children with a white mother and a Black father are brought up in anti-Black environments, and their mothers will use the Blackness that they have against them. Now, walking around in the world, you can see when a biracial child has a Black mother or a non-Black mother, just by looking at their appearance 9 times out of 10. A lot of biracial children look uncared for. And their hair is typically jacked up and all kinds of things. And
I don't know.
I'm just in the part of the country that I live in, you can always tell. Okay.
That's a different dynamic. I don't know about that part, but yeah, I can see that. But yeah, I've seen some pretty well snappily dressed, some I mean, some people are biracial. We don't even know it.
No, I'm talking about the children. I'm not saying how the people who are dressing themselves. I'm talking about the little kids,
okay,
not
got it.
not the adults or the teenagers or what. I'm talking about the little kids who need their moms to be, taking care of them and whatnot.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying that you can just tell by no. I'm just saying the little kids. There's a big difference in their appearance and whatnot. And it's like the moms don't even try with their hair. So I really always feel very sorry for biracial girls who don't have a Black mom or a mom who cares enough to do something. And Tiffany, you are right about there being some kind of weird competition, but you also have a lot of that with Black women who are male identified. So when you have a pick-me mom of any race, it's a problem. But anyway, I'm just saying, as someone who has raised a biracial person to adulthood, my son started having fights in middle school with either Black boys or the reverse biracial boys. White boys didn't care, but it was these two types of boys who had a problem with him. And yes, I know I'm my son's mother, but he's a tall, handsome young man. Okay, I made beautiful children. My daughter's gorgeous, so is my son. But and so fortunately, I grew up in New York, so I taught my son how to fight.
Good.
Because dad is like, just bring a blade. I'm like, we don't need our son with a blade at school. Okay. So,
like, are you all right? No, that's not a good idea.
No.
I'm throw hands, call it a day. Yeah.
Yeah. And because he's still very lanky, he looks like, he weighs 2 pounds wet because he's just tall and lanky. Right. But he's very strong. And, he was raised in an environment where, it's like your masculinity is not determined by the world. You were born male. So that makes you masculine. And you don't have anything to prove to anybody. And, he's just like, he would tell people, look, I don't want to fight you. Not because I can't fight or that I'm afraid of you. I just think this is dumb. And so the boy would decide he wants to throw hands anyway. My son would wax him across the floor, and at the end, pick him up. And he's like, look, do you feel better now that I beat you up? It's like, what did you prove that I could beat you up? What did you get from this? He's like, use your words. Talk about it. What are you upset with me about? It's like, I don't even know you from Adam.
Right.
And he's like, fighting isn't going to solve anything. It's like, I didn't attack you. Now, if I were trying to violate you in some way, then yeah, you should throw hands. But you walked up to me with an attitude because some girls just said hi. He's like, I don't know those girls either. But
yeah, so it sounded like he was a bully basher. So which is good.
Yes.
Really.
Yes. And he stands up for people. Some of the fights he had was because he was standing up for people getting bullied.
You sound like a good person.
Well, he would have, look, if I gave birth to it, it has no choice. Okay. No, both of my children will tell you that there is one person they are afraid of, and that is me. And it's not because, both of my children are spoiled. They are adored. They know that, but they also know that I don't play. And if you were to meet my daughter, she would tell you that the thing she hated most about me growing up is that all of the rules were logical.
I hear you. That probably bothered her because it's like, wait a minute. I want to do this, but no, that makes too much sense not to, or so.
Yes. She's like, she told me, she's like, I hated you because you always showed you cared. You'd ask me how I was doing, if I needed to talk. And I'm just like, get out of my face. Just let me break some rules and leave me alone.
So,
but Anyway, I just wanted to get up to talk about that because I truly do believe that that is at the heart of Halle Berry's issues. And I hope that in her seeking healing and has, gone to therapy, that that's a part of what she talks about. Because again, if you look at how biracial people move in the world, the typical biracial, many of them have deep-seated issues. And again, it's not their genetics, it's how they've been raised. And so I think that is something that we have to take into account, because if you go to biracial TikTok, they're telling all of it. And so many of them have white mothers who are racist and all kinds of things. And these people are traumatized. And without help, they will spend their lives trying to find who they are through other people.
Bars. I mean, that's actually, it brings up something, because if you do bring in that dynamic, I don't think it's obviously everybody with that dynamic of having a white mother, but it does make an argument, because you're thinking, if the man married a woman who has shown a disdain for your own race, then obviously he probably didn't imprint much into his kids, if you know what I mean, because he's showing weakness by just staying around a woman who literally doesn't really like black people, if you know what I mean.
Yes, exactly.
So she's imprinting that. I mean, so he's not imprinting whatever qualities he has into these children because he's too weak to do so. Whether it's mental genes or whatever you want to call it, I don't know what. So I can see that establishing a pattern of what you're talking about, because before it's like, wait, no way, not all mixed people gonna be crazy, but you're explaining a certain dynamic of mixedness where it's not, we won't say it's each and every Caucasian woman is racist that marries a black man. That's impossible. But there's probably a larger portion of Caucasian women like that we would think that are like that. They're just basically, for some reason, they married a black man or stayed with a black man, and that's that. If you know what I mean.
DJ, it's not just that. For a lot of white women, it's a kink. But you have to remember that a lot of the black males who go for white women are also anti-black and don't like black people themselves. So that's a twofold problem.
I see what you're saying. Okay. So not only are they just weak men, period, but they don't like themselves. Hey, no, not, right now, if I could put a picture above my head, there's a light bulb. Now I get it. Now, okay. So basically what you're saying is that one is self-hate and one's like black hate, and they get together because one self-hates himself anyway. So if she's calling him, the N-word, he don't care,
Yeah.
And so they imprint the child with that, what would you call it, programming, which makes them probably insecure.
Yes, because their identity is, okay, I'm half this, half that, but both of these people who made me hate the fact that there's black in me. What do I do with that? I can't erase that. But that's also why a lot of biracial people end up with white people or non-black people, because the blackness in them has been labeled as like a curse or something is wrong.
Bars. Man, I never thought about it like that. That is, damn. Something I got to sit down. I might have to make a live just on that. You may have to come back up though, because it's going to take, years and years of studying need to be, because I never thought about it like that.
But the evidence is right there in front of us. Because when you listen to Black males who are with non-Black women, how do they describe these women? They don't even describe them as human, really. They describe them as they're not Black. And that's the only thing that matters to them.
Okay. Just like, it's funny you mentioned that because I just played a clip earlier. Let's see if maybe I should replay it. This dude right here. Let me pause this because, wait, let me go back.
Once again, I don't need you to mention or disrespect Black women. There's loud
Mm-hmm. Listen to what Shonda had to say, and then we will come back with more.
Okay, well, I don't like a loud woman. Okay, white women are quiet. Black women are loud.
Once again, I don't need you to mention or disrespect Black women. There's loud women in every culture. So can you move forward without mentioning race or ethnicity?
Spoiler alert, he couldn't. And he
Okay.
Exactly.
That's the husband, right? Right.
Yes. And if they give birth to a daughter, imagine, pardon my language, the mind fuck that girl's going to go through.
Got it.
And especially if it has more brown skin than white skin, if she can't be white passing, and again, everybody knows that Black males don't like light skinned Black guys or light skinned biracial guys.
Right.
It's like, it's not just race. It all boils down to racism, and it's the internalized racism that manifests as self-hate. And then you get with a racist person who hates Black people just as much, if not more, and they just keeps creating this monster of people not knowing who they are and not having the ability to love all of who they are without outside intervention.
It's not just Black men that hate light skinned people, though, ma'am. I can attest to that. I'm light skinned myself. I know what you're talking about.
I do, and yes, there are some Black women who have that ridiculousness as well. So I'm just saying, but it's been predominantly Black males who have expressed that dislike. And again, it's not an all or nothing in any of this. I'm just stating what has been. We see it every day. But like with my own family, we all, like all Black people, are a rainbow of shades. We go from people who can pass as white to eclipse Black. And, my mother never, unlike her own mother who parsed her children by skin tone, my mom didn't do that to us. But anyway, DJ, I'm going to jump down. I just wanted to make some clarifications about what could be going on with Halle Berry.
Got it.
And just because I've seen it, and I've seen it with biracial people over the course of my own life and in my own family, because anyway, I'm related to some self-hating Sambos too, like a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, their children are screwed up because of that as well. And it's just something that we need to talk about openly, and we have to be honest about it.
Something I'm going to set up a live on that. I know there's like a group called the Exoticals who they sort of go over that. It's not exactly.
But no, with the Exoticals, no, dude, no, they're. Oh, you and I would have to talk offline about that whole group.
Okay. Okay.
We would have to talk offline before you even go there.
Got it.
Oh my God.
Got it. Okay. So that's a totally different. Okay.
They are okay. They well, I'll just say they could be the masterclass of pick-meism. Okay. And they firmly position themselves as better than fully Black women. So yeah, I mean, who would allow themselves to be called an exotical in the first place if there isn't something wrong?
Okay. So basically, yeah, I just know that, like, yeah, I'm confused. I'll have to talk about that later because no, because it's funny because they actually let, like, darker, they call them darker skin exotic. There's a different name for them, but non-ambiguous.
They do, but you have to listen to how they talk about them and how they treat them. There is very much that hierarchy.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to really pay attention to that.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna have to do some more research on that because I know that some friends had turned me on to the well, actually I turned them on to the exoticals. Yeah, I only watched it a couple times, but it seemed like, oh, okay, cool, a place for for lighter skinned women to have their say or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but it sounds like even more complicated than I thought it was complicated, but it's even more complicated than I thought.
Yes.
So we'll dig into that some other time with a protractor and some.
I'll bring my scientific calculator.
Right. Now, if you're half shaped, because I know there was like paper bag. If you're paper bag, there's rules for paper bag skin color. Light skin color. That's a different rule set.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now you can be dark, but you have to have a phenotype.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's a whole terrible circle of trauma and people not doing the necessary work to like and love themselves.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, it's all still about external validation, which none of us should be seeking. And I believe that as a woman, and specifically as a Black woman, and I happen to also be Cuban and Honduran and blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I'm Black. I believe that I am the last person in the multiverse to ever seek external validation about anything. No, it's all within me. That song, Shaka Khan, it's all in me. I am every woman. It's all in me. I believe as a Black woman, it is all within us. And that is the source from which we need to move.
That's a good point. I mean, it's just, it really is I'll say this and then we can move forward. It's just really kind of mind blowing that you see in your example, especially thinking about Halle Berry, somebody that has universal beauty, still having an issue with the way they look. It just blows your mind that they still have an identity issue. It's like, so wow, this is I never thought about it like that.
Well, you're not a woman, so you wouldn't think from a woman's perspective. And some of these things do require the insights of a person who has lived as a woman, because the messaging that we get as women, and especially if you are phenotypically Black, the messaging we get, and mostly from the Black community, is that we are undesirable in some form or fashion. And it takes a lot of work to know and understand that it is a lie used to keep us down and in service to others and not ourselves.
Ours.
If you love yourself and like yourself, you can't be used. You move about the world in a completely different way. And people do not like to see a self-actualized woman, period. And especially if this self-actualized woman is not connected to a peen haver.
Right.
So I'm saying that, again, as a Black woman who is extremely happily divorced, and the only male I allow in my house is my boyfriend cat. I've got a girlfriend cat too. I say that I am bicatual. Unless my son comes over, no, no, no. And people will have a problem with a woman who is happy in her own world, in the life of her own making, who is not in service to some dude. No, that's not the purpose of a woman. We are not here to be a helpmeet or support or anything else to anything that is not female. So anyway, I'm going to stop chewing your ear off.
No, you're dropping bars of knowledge. See. Shoot, I might have to back up. I have to back up the Fort Knox truck to put all the bars of knowledge you drop in here.
I want better for us. I specifically want better for Black women and girls and Black people overall. But especially Black women and girls, because, we are the mothers of humanity. Even if we don't give birth, we are the mothers of humanity. And we really need to know and understand who we are and the power that we have. And there is nothing for which we must settle. No, we don't do dust. We bust dust. We get rid of dust. We don't abide it. No, we really, really need to know this about ourselves so that we can like ourselves and love ourselves and move forward, because we are literally the light of the world, period. And we need more Black girls and women to understand this about ourselves individually so that then we can do better collectively.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you, DJ. It is always a pleasure. Like I said, I lurk a lot. I don't always chat, but I listen, and sometimes I want to come up to decapitate some of the males you have up there, but I don't.
Decapitate away, ma'am. Decapitate away.
So I say I have a PhD in verbal decapitation.
Hey, that's great. Hey, that beats my high school diploma.
And but I'm like, okay, the point is for you to talk to males. It's not my I have no interest in talking to males and correcting them. That's a man-to-man thing. I am here for the women I know who are here to listen to you, for the guidance that you give, the fact that you are in our corner, which you are in an extreme minority of being a Black man, and you are one of the few male gendered people I refer to as a man, because you have proven yourself to be a man and not just male. And I appreciate that about you. I am thankful for the work that you are doing. I know that it takes a lot, because you have to look within yourself in order to do the work you're doing. And I appreciate that. As an internally driven person, I appreciate when I encounter another internally driven person, because that is the only direction through which we can change the world.
Bars.
Well, ma'am, before you drop off, in your words, can you define what is a man in your words?
A man is a person who sees the world without him being the center of it, who knows and understands that his presence here is to teach and to learn and to be an example of an evolved human being, which seems to be challenging for your species. Just because you are born male, it does not mean you grow into a man. And we see that throughout the Black community. There are a hell of a lot of males and very few men. An adult takes responsibility for their life, and they on purpose choose to not add to the ills and evils of the world. This is a charge for all of us, regardless of gender. But it is for the male who is actually here as support to the woman, not the other way around. We came here to run shit. How do we know that? Because we do. You, as a male, are here to be a support for that system and to ensure that the resources and the people are secure, safe, and well looked after. And the woman / women can do what they need to do in peace, which is to keep everything going. That is what a man does. A man understands that he is not here to dominate anyone except himself. Being an alpha, even though that is a reference for animals, not humans, an alpha takes care of the pack. An alpha places themselves between their family and danger. An alpha eats last. They do the killing and they eat last. They make sure everyone else is taken care of, which is why in the animal kingdom, who does most of the hunting? The females. Because the females are actually the protectors and providers. You guys are support. And you need to understand that and stop trying to dominate people. Nobody's going to be your submissive provider. No, that is dead. If you can't see yourself as leading your own life down a good path, who the hell are you to ask or demand that you lead somebody else? Most of us as female body humans have already been through hell more times than we might care to count before the age of 10. We don't need some dude leading us off a cliff. We're not going.
So let me ask you this, ma'am. If let's put you in a leadership role, right? And like, would you? How can I best put it?
I've been in leadership roles my entire life. I figure out who my team is, who are the members of my team, what are their strengths, and I play to their strengths. And if there's anything lacking as the so-called leader, I pick it up. I take care of that.
Okay. So, like, if you're in a combat situation, you know, the leader of the team.
Okay, first,
you know,
excuse me. Nobody's going to be in combat. I don't care about combat. Use a real life situation. I'm not in the military, so I won't be in combat. Use a real life situation.
That is real life.
No, it isn't. I'm not. I'm not in the military. Most of us are not in the military, so we are not going to face combat.
Are you telling me my life was make believe like Disneyland?
Who said anything about anyone's life being easy? Most people don't have an easy life. That has nothing to do with combat.
Ma'am, the point I was trying to bring home is a leader always make sure that their guys or gals get home. Would you do that?
Excuse me, say that again?
Their guys or their gals will always make it back home. They sacrifice their own safety in order for their men or their women that serve under them.
Again, we're not in combat, so no, I would not do that in my everyday life unless it involves my children, because I'm not in combat. Now, if I were in combat and I could call my sister, who is still a highly decorated Marine, yes, she has put herself in harm's way for the people over whom she leads, because that is her job in the military. When it comes to real life,
that is real life.
No, it is not.
That is real life.
No, it is not.
You think war is a game?
Are you in war? Are you at war right now? You're on a battlefield right now?
I have spent plenty of time on the battlefield, ma'am.
Are
need to
you
catch up.
right now
Okay, so what I gotta
having a
do-
battle, a military battle? Are you?
No, what you're
Exactly.
what
No,
you're trying to insinuate.
you're doing
No,
what males do.
You said about
You're
leadership.
doing what males do.
You spoke about leadership, and that's what leadership
Daniel, can you
is.
just let her
Leadership has nothing to
I
do
did let her
with
talk. I did
the
let her talk.
military,
I
which is
didn't- I
not
didn't
a
interrupt
part
her.
of this conversation.
I didn't interrupt her at all. I let her talk. I let her define
DJ,
male.
I'm going to let you deal with this buffoon. Have a good night, ladies. I love you. Goodbye.
Boom, big word.
Hey, DJ, I'm sorry. Like I said before, man, when I first joined this channel, I learned I didn't say nothing. I'll tell you one just real quick. I disagree. I agree with a lot of stuff she was saying, but when Darnell asked her to
Wait,
define,
hold on 1 second. I'll let you talk in 1 second, DeAndre. Everybody, please give Rock Girl a hand of applause in the chat. Okay, Deontay, go ahead.
when Darnell asked her to define what she thought a man was, I like what she was saying in the beginning, but we get into this game again of who's ruling who. And she went down the same path, the opposite of what, as you would say, red pill men would say. She said a man is here to basically protect, serve, and let women do what they do while they run everything. And I'm like, no, see, we are here for each other. We all have a role to play. And some people don't like their role. So, trust me, the same way as women out here.
What you're saying is that you disagree with some of her points.
Yeah, but the points I disagree with were bigger. Like, okay, let's say she said 10 things I don't disagree with 2. Those 2 things are bigger than the other 8 things I agree with. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay, so
that
let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
With the black men in our community, do you really, at this point in time, and Darnell says 2/3 of them, 2/3 of them are not good. I mean, her argument's a pretty strong argument when you look at our stats right now. You're a great person. Darnell's cool. I might be okay. But we're looking at a community of men that, for the most part, that make her argue, that literally make the argument for her, is that maybe we should let the women run things, because if you look at,
women have been running our community for 50 years.
Because the men have been running it, right? The black men, we've been running it for the last 50 years or 70 years, and look where we're at right now.
What happened to the evil patriarchy, though? I thought we were under a patriarchy that where women were being oppressed. What happened to that?
Well, women are being oppressed.
The only men in leadership for the most part, the only men in leadership that black women in the last 50 years had agreed with or even yielded to in any way was usually a pastor. And we all know where that took us. So outside of that, a pastor.
He said a pastor.
Yeah.
Preacher.
So
yes.
Think about this. I'm just being for real. Think about this. Since let's just start in 1980, and every year women get more and more of a stepping stone higher of controlling the black community just alone. Big Mama done took over. It's over with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like women are. There's nothing wrong with it. They done did it. But if you look at the last, let's go back to 2000 to make it easier. The last 25 years, our community has gotten worse and worse, right? And you can say, well, where's the men? All that you want to, but you can also have to say that women have been, for the most part, in leadership from the family unit all the way up to the top.
No, that has not happened. I mean, in fact, I got some videos. I have some videos that's going to prove that. Bottom line, it doesn't matter how tactical women are, or how intelligent women are, or how well they try to run our community. Men take over by force. We take over by force.
And he's saying black men destroy
Wait, let me
the
finish.
black community.
Tev, let me finish, and you can talk. After this, Tev can talk. The bottom line is that's the problem. It's like a lot of women are in the ground right now and in the upper room because they had a better idea and the guy didn't like it, or they basically the issue that we have is this, is that it's, Kevin Samuel said men are logical and women are emotional, but at this statistically, that's totally impossible to happen because women are not in prison as much. Where you've heard me say this before. They're believe it or not, though you can say something like, "Oh yeah, well, lesbian relationships, I have more of a." No, quite honestly, as far as force, extreme force, it's more so men. Men start the wars. Tell me a woman who started a war somewhere. Men start the wars. Men keep the wars going. So, if men were so logical, men would be like, something, if we start this war, we're gonna F each other over, and we're both gonna end up losers. Why don't we work together to not have any wars? That would have started back 100 years ago, but that never stopped. So basically, the thing is that a lot of people don't know that, but most households that are run by women run better. And you know how I know this? Because I've talked to CEOs, managers, and everything. When their wife calls, they're listening to what their wife. Okay, I'll make sure. Got it. Boom. That happens literally, believe it or not, secretly in literally every other culture but ours. Where at the end of the day, the woman is running the household, the woman is running the family. She actually really is.
No, I agree with that. But we've even talked about
That's
this.
not our culture. That's the other culture.
It's first off, this is not a cultural thing. Everybody is supposed to be set up. We are purposely designed to be backwards. Black people were in this society. It's a reason that we act the way we act. All right, but outside of that, though, everything you said is right, DJ. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say women were supposed to be in the basement with chains on. What I said was we are supposed to help each other. She came up here, everything she said was fine, but she went on a tangent saying that men are supposed to be out there getting everything together for the women and let the women run everything and do what they don't like. No, we are designed to help each other. Men have things that they are designed to do, and women got things they're designed to do, and we work together. We've been doing this for literally millions of years, okay? And then even in the civilized society we've been living in, we've been doing this for hundreds of years, thousands of years. It hasn't been until this ridiculous fight that we have between black men and black women just become an issue, and it's only been recently too. If you go back 100 years ago, we wasn't having this issue like this.
No. Well, 100 years ago, black men didn't have a say of doing it much of anything themselves at the time. So that's why. I mean, basically, right now.
This is what I mean, also, DJ. They say
100 years ago. Let me think. What were we doing in 1925, right?
Yeah, in 1925, black people were starting to build their own communities. In the 1920s, a lot of them already had their own. They had their own families, small towns. They even started to build their own cities. Obviously, we saw what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They were moving into their own sections in Harlem, different places around America. And the men went out and worked. The women worked. If they couldn't, they would go and take care of the family. Just like you said, take care of the family, run the house. Everybody would go to church. We didn't have these.
Okay.
We got to argue and fight back and forth.
I'm sorry to cut this short, but I can't be on for too much longer, and I still want to get to
it's
fine. Let's go ahead and dig into this.
As you learn about the narcissistic pattern, it's also wise to reflect on the much healthier alternatives. Now, below, you're going to find a link to my new extensive course called Ready.
Wait, let me pause that. Fast forward.
You may be familiar with the term flying monkeys as it relates to the groupies that surround a narcissist. And many times people will ask the question, are the flying monkeys themselves narcissists, or are they just cowards? Now, actually, the answer is a combination of both. Let's see if we can get an idea of what's going on between the narcissist and specifically the flying monkey that allows this pattern to continue, sometimes for a long, long period of time. Think in terms of a puppeteer. Sometimes the puppeteer has the strings and the puppet is below and the puppeteer is dangling the puppet below. Sometimes the puppeteer has a hand inside a sock and they're maneuvering on behalf of the puppet. Either way, that can be an apt description of what the narcissist is doing to that flying monkey. Let's understand first on the narcissist side, they build themselves up by diminishing other individuals. And they're, of course, easily critical and all towards other persons, but they like to gather people around themselves that they have diminished, who then make them look good. And it's kind of a twisted way of logic. I hold you in low regard, but I want you to be inside my inner circle. That's the way the narcissist thinks. And the flying monkey has kind of decided, well, okay, since you're in the power position and I don't really have a whole lot of power going on in my life, I'm going to go ahead and stick with you. And they become a narcissist, useful idiot. And that's the way they operate. Now, when a narcissist engages with that flying monkey, they have various standards, if you will. I don't know if that's the right kind of word.
Exactly, Tiffany. That's just defined as a red pill community. Yep, a bunch of flying monkeys for sure. Here we go.
But rules of engagement for the flying monkey. For example, one of the things that the narcissist implies to the flying monkey is you can't be on anyone else's team. You have to be on my team. And they're actually paranoid when that flying monkey shows any kind of loyalty to somebody else. And so they have all sorts of tricks to keep them back in the fold. In addition, basically, they'll say you have to maintain a very tight sense of loyalty to me. And they have all sorts of measuring posts that they have to measure that the flying monkey's loyalty to them. The narcissist will more or less imply when others question me, you, the flying monkey, need to come up with good excuses on my behalf. And so
I'll stop that right there. This is a precursor to the next section. Eden Liddell says, Black women have always worked outside the home. We weren't the June Cleaver prototypes ever. That patriarchal promise was made to Caucasian men. Only the wealthiest Black women may have stayed home. He just still can't get on the panel. Okay. Well, anytime you want to come back on, feel free to do so. I'll drop the link just in case. Maybe that link is a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to drop that there. And I'm bringing this up for one of our main segments of tonight, which is this.
Your entire life can change in the blink of an eye. 1 minute, I am creating content with someone who I thought I could spend my life with, and the next minute, I'm cleaning up the destruction that their hands left. I finally came back to my apartment, and my goals this week are to be kind to myself and to stay out of bed. I'm spending time with my son, and I went and bought myself flowers. But in all of this, I realized that healing is not linear, that everything happens for us, not to us. So
basically, I don't know if you've already known about this. We went over this a little while ago. Now, first things first is obviously you can see she's got a bruise on her eye. And so, you know, if you haven't heard the whole story about Briana, you can look at one of my prior videos. But as you can see, she literally got hospitalized by a dude. That's about as forceful hands and feet as you can get. And yeah, Miss RV, you nailed it. Look how nice that. She lives in a really nice. She's an attorney, so she can do this. And so basically, that's one fact I need to make sure. She was obviously a I won't say high earning attorney, but well enough that she could live in a very nice location and did not need a man to make her live a good life. But she ran into the mistake of doing with a lot of other black women who have been doing well, or mixed women in her situation have been doing, is basically simply trying to save somebody. Probably she probably didn't think she was doing it, but she was trying to save a loser. So basically, I wanted to start off with this before we go over Roanan. We're going to let Roanan speak to us. We're going to let Roanan, the person, see if he can become a non-person, a non-monster, maybe he's the victim because he claims he's the victim. So let's dig into that and see what happens. I'm going to start off with this clip from public offender first, and then go into we'll talk about that for a little bit. And then we're going to go into the extended clip of when he talks to Shabrinka. And we're going to find out what this guy's all about. And then after that, we're going to go into the T Hood episode. So here we go.
This dude right here.
Okay, so let me fast forward because we're not going to we're going to just listen to a little bits and pieces here. Let me go right here.
Was it worth knowing me?
Wilding on him, spazzing on him for nothing. It could be, it happens.
Now, already off the get-go, for somebody who's trying to improve their reputation, wearing a hood is not quite as it just shows you where this guy's head is at. You would think at least he'd put on a regular dress shirt because he says he's a model, right? Well, if you're a model, you know about your reputation, you know about how optics are. He looks like a thug that would beat up somebody in that hoodie. Now, I'm not saying he's a decent looking thug, but he's a thug just the same. So he didn't help himself out starting off with wearing a hoodie on here. And to me, it's kind of like a little bit of a, what would I call it? It shows a bit of arrogance. Like, you're going to like me no matter what I have on.
Yeah, the optics isn't very good. I have to admit that. But we do have to be careful about, the hoodie thing. We have to remember Trayvon Martin, who was walking down the street. Yes, he wore a hoodie. And everyone said, well, he was a thug because he wore a hoodie.
Right.
And ended up losing his life. So we got to be careful about stuff like that.
Right. But at the same time, you have to be cognizant of it. I'm not going to go to work wearing some sagging pants and whatever. Right. And forcing people, you can't, don't put me in a box. You got to just, I'm going to get my ass fired. You see what I'm saying? So
you're right. Dress code.
He's in a similar situation. I just found out he was actually arrested. He was actually detained at least. So here we go.
Is jealousy? The text to her mom, was it worth knowing me? What did I said? Was it worth knowing me? No, I didn't say that. Baby dad, her ex-boyfriend, right? They fell out. Guess what she did? She went on a whole social media rampage, just like she's doing now, and said that her baby dad was fucking his mom. This is the low, and these are the extremes.
Wait, he wasn't fucking his mama?
Okay, so basically the thing is this. Why I played that narcissist flying monkey thing is very, very important. When instead of this man basically just stating his case, his defense, He's instead trying to, he's demean or make the other person look worse. Instead of saying, this is what happened, I'm innocent, whatever. That right there right there has my ears up.
You have proof that he was. She said it. Does that, what I'm trying to understand is was it true or not?
Exactly. You will notice with people who I believe are narcissists or people that could be narcissists or sociopaths, they really don't deal in truths. They don't deal in tangible items. They usually will start to make stories and just make the other person look bad. That's their goal.
Is it true or not? Was he fucking his mama? If it was true, then what was the point of bringing it up? That's what I'm trying to understand. That's not
right. But it's a distraction. What the former boyfriend was doing has nothing to do with whether this guy beat the brakes off of, his ex-girlfriend.
Not her going low. That's her exposing something that happened. Like, what the fuck?
That she goes to. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, and he'll say you understand what I'm saying a lot, by the way.
I didn't punch her. I did not punch her.
Now, he said he didn't punch her, right? Keep listening, y'all. Keep listening. The master class has started.
I'm looking dead at you. I don't put my hands on girls.
BJ, can you rewind the tape, please? Rewind it about 20 seconds.
I can't. 20 seconds is a long time ago. What do you want to see?
Where he goes, I'm looking at you.
Okay, that's about right there.
I don't put my hands on girls. I ask anybody I've been in a relationship with before.
They don't know nobody.
I didn't punch her. I did not punch her. I'm looking dead at you.
Okay, who said that? Was that public or was that him?
I think that's the guy on the right.
I did not punch her. I'm looking dead at you.
He said, I'm looking dead at you. I wonder who he's saying that to.
Yeah. Hard to tell. I wanted to see his eyes.
He probably responded to a comment or reading the comment.
Yeah. I think he's looking at a screen. But it was creepy the way he said it. But let's keep it going. Here we go.
I don't put my hands on girls. I ask anybody I've been in a relationship with before, and everybody is shocked.
Do you remember when I was playing? You guys probably may have not been here before. Been here not before, but been here when I started the live stream. I literally had a guy with an orange jumpsuit on during his court time, admitting that he to battery. But then when Judge Boyd asked him, so why are you putting your hands all over this woman? He said, I never did. And she's like, dude, I assume you want to go to court then. And he goes, nah, I don't want to. The problem with, there's a way, there's like a mental capacity where people, they just naturally lie. It's usually having a great lack of empathy that does this. That's what makes these guys so dangerous, where even though you can document a time where they literally said, oh yeah, I did hit her, or oh yeah, I did put hands and feet. You can then later on, they will say, oh, I never did that. What are you talking about? And that's why the public offender is tripping here, because you will see soon, but he'll admit hitting her later. Watch.
It's just bullshit. Listen, I done said multiple times I've defended myself. She came at me with an object. I defended myself.
Okay, defending yourself doesn't mean you didn't hit somebody. Let's keep going. Let's keep listening, folks. Y'all, here we go.
Myself. That's it. I'm not telling y'all more than this. I did not punch her, and that's it. Like I said, I don't hit women. I don't hit women. This whole shit's been physical for 10 months on both parts. On both parts.
The public offender is going crazy.
You know what I'm saying? But now she started off with the slapping and the biting and shit like that. It's to the point now where she's closed fist punching. She's closed fist punching me. As you guys continue seeing each other, yeah. So like I said, I had my homie grab all my shit and bring it to me. I fled. I went to Paris the day after I got out of jail. Okay, I'll post it right now.
Did he follow her to Paris? That would be freaking creepy. DDG did some crap like that too, but he used the baby as an excuse. But let me keep it going.
Yeah. I'll post it right now. Listen, I just want y'all to open your eyes. Look into my record. Look into hers. The sisters, take it easy on them. They've seen it. They've witnessed her put her hands on me. And Lord,
Those are the flying monkeys. This guy's, I will tell you one thing. A lot of people, they're master manipulators. They ain't got shit, but they're master manipulators. Keep listening.
knows what they experienced before me, but now they seen that I'm a good person, and they're just like, okay, cool. This nigga does not.
A good person puts a shiner on a woman. Let's keep it going, though.
Deserve to lose his life over this shit that she's been doing, and they both have been doing for months. This whole month that they were here, she was putting her hands on me, putting her hands on me, putting her hands on me. I am not the type to sit here and ruin this lady's career. You're jealous of what?
Now, the sisters that defended this man, you know, the Briana's sisters who defended this man made it clear they know he has a bad temper. Okay, they said that whilst defending him.
But you said they're her sisters, correct?
Correct.
Defending him.
Yes.
DJ, I gotta be honest. There might be something there.
But I'm sorry, is he on an Instagram live, like telling his side of the story? That's what this is?
Yes, that's basically what's going on.
That's regardless of, because I think I know where you're going, Darnell, but he shouldn't be doing this. Like, you never go on live, especially, you see how they keep stopping and looking at the comments and like,
yeah.
he's childish. You know what I'm saying?
That was concerning to me too. I was concerned about that too.
Now, I'm sure the woman is too, to be honest. If she was with a man like this, then she probably got similar traits, you know? And if her own sisters were defending him against her, then they probably know that she's one of those ass whooping type of women. Okay, like, you know, where
there's a good possibility.
They think it's just a part of the relationship. When you argue, you hit somebody. I mean, it's like that with some people.
Well, the problem we have is that since we weren't there, we don't know who initiated the blows. He's saying that she did, but if you were to read what she said, and that there was no, and he initially had no argument with. This is where it gets weird, and we'll be going over this again, I know. But basically, the question is, he's a man. Now, you can understand, the reason why you can understand a woman having to stick around is because, you know, it's winter is coming, it's cold out there, she might not have another place to stay. This is a man who's supposed to have his own life. So if she was if she was so horrible, right? Why didn't he just get the fuck up? Because I mean, we say that a lot of people say that about women. It's like, well, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave? Why aren't we saying this about this dude here? He's a man. He can live on the streets if he has to. So what made him stay with her if she was so fucking horrible? That's what we got to ask ourselves too.
Well, that DJ, like, I mean, first of all, we can't. I mean, just like look at the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case. I mean, that was you know,
but
where
we're
two
not
people.
looking at that case. We're looking at these two people here.
It goes to your point about well, you know, he's a man and you know she's a woman. Like abuse is abuse, DJ. And if you're insinuating that it is acceptable for a woman,
I'm glad you brought that up.
Well, hold on. If you're insinuating that it's okay for a woman to start attacking people,
this is what I'm going to say. Okay. Women have, this is what I'm saying. Women, abuse is not abuse. Let's put it this way. If, for example, let's bring up Sha'Carri Richardson, right?
Oh, please don't.
That's I don't think you can do that, DJ. That's not good.
Okay.
That's not good look.
Wait, we are talking about pure force. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, pure force, not who did initiate it, nothing like that. Pure force. There's no fucking way that Sha'Carri Richardson is going to injure that guy who is literally 140 pounds heavier than she is, built of pure muscle. Okay, but I'm not saying that her abuse is justified. Let me finish. But what I'm saying is that abuse is just not abuse. That 240-pound sprinter, I believe he's a sprinter, could literally put Sha'Carri in the ground.
But he didn't.
Let me finish. It's not about that. I'm talking about pure force. Okay. The amount of force he could put on Sha'Carri, which we can argue whether he did or not. I don't care about that. Is way more than what Sha'Carri could put on him. And what I'm saying is this: abuse is like if some woman comes up to me and slaps me, okay, it's not the same of me close fisting her to the ground where she's literally got a concussion. It's not the same. It's just not the same.
That's not the definition of abuse. Abuse is about power.
No, but see, we're not going to be getting into that because the thing is
that's the definition of abuse, though.
No, the problem you're having is this. My point is this. There's no effing way that Sha'Carri is going to control her boyfriend who weighs 140 pounds more than her with her body.
You just saw it on an airport videotape. In fact, he didn't even call 911. Eyewitnesses did.
So what you're telling me is this, is that there's no way he could have fought her off.
Why would
he kept trying to walk away and she kept attacking him.
Okay, Darnell, 2 notches down.
Oh, wait, DJ, let me just say, and then please let me say this, okay? Don't you think he did the right thing by not fighting her off?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, absolutely. If he were of all the, I'm gonna be honest.
Right, but that's not my point. Okay. Wait, everybody, stop for 1 second. That's not my point. We're getting into more of the moral thing about Sha'Carri, which we'll handle later. I didn't know I was going to get into the point I'm trying to make is that assault is not the same if we're talking about the amount. Sha'Carri is nowhere in the capacity, just like because Sha'Carri's literally the size of a 7th grader.
Oh yeah, but DJ, so do you think that Sha'Carri should not be punished or face consequences for what she did?
No, she should be punished. She should be punished.
Okay, and also, like, In this situation, remember when the police footage came
You see,
out,
now we're getting a bit deeper.
no,
That's
no,
the thing
no.
is,
She
it's
tried to get him arrested, and he didn't do anything. The cops even told her, like, "Girl, we already seen the video. You were punching him, pushing him, hitting him in the head with the headphones. He never touched. He tried to get away from you. You have no evidence that he hit you." But you just go back to what I was saying earlier.
okay.
But hold
That's
on,
what,
man. Listen to what you
but
were saying.
what I'm saying is this: you're going into a different thing. I just wanted to keep it in the frame of force.
Yeah, but it's something that we were talking about with this
Now,
guy.
what you're talking about is, what do they call it? There's a law term for when somebody tries to finagle you or get you arrested. Okay, with bullshit. Okay, I know that. I've been in that situation. Not with women at all. Some dude tried that shit. Okay, so I know where I know so much where you're coming from. I know. I've seen them. This motherfucker tried to put some shit on me. So I understand that part of it. But what I'm talking about is just pure force. When it comes, if let's not even go Shakari. Let's go with a little boy who's 7 starts striking their dad. Okay, more than likely that little boy isn't going to prison or jail, because they're looking at it like, okay, look, technically that is abuse, and if this person was over 21, then we would probably prosecute, but we know for a fact this little kid does not have the force to badly damage this human being.
Okay, but here's
abuse is not always physical. Abuse doesn't have to be physical.
Oh
it's
my
about
God.
power. It's about power and control. That's what abuse is.
Okay, I'm gonna go. You guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep going. Here we go.
That's the definition of abuse.
Y'all take care, man.
What? Did he not just admit several times in there he just said for the last 10 months they was beating each other up.
Right.
All over the place. And look, oh my God, dude. This is so crazy. This is so, I don't understand this. This is crazy. This is like top tier delusion. So in one breath, he was like, I don't hit women, I don't hit girls. Then the next breath he goes, yeah, we was beating each other up for 10 months.
All you have to do is let them talk. If you let them talk, they'll tell the truth. Not through direct words, but through math.
Then his whole thing is, I haven't closed fisted hit her. Who cares? People can be knocked out by slaps. Now,
right. I mean, where do you think the term karate chop comes from? I mean, that was you could use the you could have your hand open and then knock somebody out with this part right here. So yeah, that's the funny part. So he's already hey, eat, pray, yoga. It's good seeing you. So he's already admitted to hitting her without admitting hitting her.
No, you did punch her, by the way. I know you did. But I don't care. Slapping the fuck out of somebody. Have y'all not watched the slapping competitions? If you never seen it, like what are you talking about?
Good point. There's been guys who had to be taken to the hospital because of a slapping competition.
Seriously gonna sit here and act like slapping a woman is that much better than closed fist punching a woman? Is it better? Like,
and that's really scary because that means that I'm not going to take his usually people who say they haven't hit anybody else and they keep repeating that, they have.
It's exactly the same. Slapping a woman and closed fist punching a woman or a man, it don't matter. It's the same. It protects the hand. It's the same, bro. Like, honestly, it like with all you know, no pun intended, it hit the same, fam. Like, what the fuck is you talking about?
Right. Exactly. So I'm going to pause that there. And we're going to even give them more of a break. Let's go to this one.
5 weeks later, whatever the case may be.
So basically, this is Shabuki. Shabika, Jabukas, whatever. Anyway, he has this live stream, and he had Roanan on. So let me go here.
We're going to get down to the bottom of it. A lot of people do not know who Roanan is. Roanan, so I'm going to need you to give the people a little bit of behind the scenes story of who you are. What is it that you...
At least he wore a suit this time. Or at least, yeah. See, this is at least he somebody probably told him he looked like a thug on his last one, but yeah.
Represent some of the things that you do behind the scenes, so they can definitely get a full interview of what it is of who you are as a person.
Absolutely, man. Thank you, Rosa. I am a model entrepreneur. I have my own fitness business for the past 4 years. I started my own clothing brand. It's, you know what I'm saying, small scale rowing club, anything that's community, you know, activist for our community out here in LA. I'm just branching out, whether it's to Europe, New York, whatever the case may be.
Now it sounds like he's got it going on, and this is a lot of things that ladies you need to take heed of. He was living with her. He was living at her place. So he didn't have a place. Or if he did, it was obviously the lesser place, because he that not only that, but when she said that he got mad at her for not taking him to Paris or wherever they went. I believe it was Paris. And he was upset because he didn't pay for him. Not that he didn't go, but that she didn't pay for him. Okay? So that's why when he's saying, oh yeah, I'm a model and this and that and this and that, and got my business, it's like, well, where's your fucking money, dude? I mean, where's your money?
But like I said, professional model, working with a lot of good brands and just scaling other brands as well. So if you're looking to grow your, whether it's a restaurant.
Now remember, this is a broke dude telling you, oh yeah, I'm going to tell you how to grow your restaurant and this and that. And then, and he had to freeload off of some other woman. That we do know. That is a fact, because we know that he talked about trying to grab his things from her place. So he must have had, if he was raising a hell about, you know, it's not about just one hat or a jacket. You know, he's sounding like he had a whole lot of stuff over at her place. So he was staying with her. But at the same time, same time, oh, he's a baller. He's got all these things going on. He's a great model and all this kind of stuff. But somehow he ain't got no place to stay.
You know, pop-up shop or even your own personal brand, I will teach you how to scale it.
How long you been being a model?
I'd say 5 years. 2021, 4 years, something like that.
Okay, and what is it that some of the things that you've done to start in pursuing your modeling career? Like knowing you being in LA, was it being in the right place and at the right time, or just knowing the right people?
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's all about that. It's all about networking. Mostly things has been off of word of mouth, or I met this guy and he had the gig, you know, 5 weeks later, whatever the case may be. I've self-submitted to a lot of stuff. I've done GQ, Louis Vuitton, New Balance gigs, you know, small short films, did in White Man Can't Jump To, whatever the case may be.
Okay. So can you tell the people a little bit more about your nationality? Like, because a lot of people think that you're Caucasian or you're like biracial.
Oh, let's see where Rack Girls Knowledge comes in here. Here we go.
Like, tell them like a little bit about your upbringing and who you are, like when it comes to nationality.
Yeah, so I grew up in foster care. I'm not really too familiar with my people. You know?
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, he grew up in foster care. Okay, here we go.
I'm saying I was born in Chicago, but I came to LA when I was young. I've been in LA all my life.
Chicago.
I'm Nigerian and Scottish, a bunch of other little stuff as well.
Okay. So all in essence, you black.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, black.
No, he's biracial.
Brother. Okay. What definitely brings you here is like in the midst of you, when it comes to dating,
You can tell this dude right here, he's loving this man right here. Shabuka's he's like, you could tell.
It's like your type when it comes to like a certain person. What do you go after?
Really, I wouldn't say I necessarily have a type. I like, you know what I'm saying? It's got to be a beautiful woman. She has to have, a nice body. But I'm typically
Now it's rumored that he goes both ways, but let's keep it going. Here we go.
coaching them up anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm into the fashion world, so anywhere I can get them to, upgrade their lifestyle, whether it's whatever they want to do. The last girl I was with, she was an artist. I took my time to get her right, style her, whatever the case may be, edit her music videos. My woman or my ex, Bree, before she was wearing two-piece suits, etc., just black and white, and got her, slicking her edges back and doing everything like that. So I don't really have a type. I like what I like.
So it's more like you're into like the editorial because you are a model. So it's the certain little things that you look at in the detailing when it comes to like going out and fashion.
As far as ideas, as far as being creative,
Voluntarily, or did something just natural cause that happened?
We chose not to do that.
Okay. Your career, her career, or was it just like?
Yep. Indiana mom says black dad, white mom. That's why he has issues. Neither parent wanted him.
The back and forth, just not seeing eye to eye.
It's toxic, and realistically, I hate to admit it, I would have had it.
Yeah, I mean that's a dynamic we didn't talk about. Basically, if he knows his parents didn't want him, that's a hard hit right there. That's a hard hit right there. He said he grew up in foster care. And that means that nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted to adopt him. And that right there, you don't hold it against somebody, but you obviously have to take a look at it and see if that flag is going to turn red, because that right there will make you an angry, bitter person in itself. Here we go.
But realistic, we talk realistic. I'm not in a position to have a kid, so that's also a thought. But yeah, I'm still sick about it. Ain't no telling where we would be, from that this baby.
Okay, that's right. I want to go over the baby part.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks into our relationship. 2 weeks into our relationship. We spent some time out there, maybe a week in Paris. We get back, and what is that, October roughly. By that time, she's pregnant. In October, we met each other in September.
So now he's irresponsible, but that's okay, because she's I know you guys are going to say 50-50, whatever, but basically bottom line is this. He doesn't have a penny to his name. He's not a cautious guy. We know that. We can say anything about her, but we're focusing on him right now. Here we go.
Late September, by October, she's pregnant. And, I didn't know until 5 months later, going into November. And unfortunately, we didn't keep it. But for women, y'all tell me and confirm this for me. This is what she tells me. But once you are pregnant, it's just a totally different person, like all the hormones.
No, she not necessarily. Now see what he's trying to do. He's trying to be slick. He's trying to paint it like she changed on him. That's a hard play, bro. Especially if she got rid of the child pretty quickly. That's a hard play, bro. I know there's a chemical thing and all that kind of stuff, but he's trying to make it sound like it's commonplace when it's actually not. That's really dirty work.
Start kicking in, and like I said, I met her a month before that. A month later, it seemed like I just got somebody totally different.
So remember, a guy who's grown up in poverty, grew up in in foster care, obviously didn't care where she didn't care either, but he didn't care about shooting up the club, even though it was clear he couldn't afford it. She probably was like, oh, hell no, I can't afford no kid right now. I got all these. She probably had some for real modeling gigs while he probably didn't. Plus, he didn't give a fuck because it wasn't him who had to have the kid, So let's keep it going. I'm just giving you some vibe.
So you are going to be a father.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you guys announce this?
Theoretically, we still don't know whether it's true because the guy's already been a little bit helter-skelter
to the world, because I don't think no one ever knew this.
No, it's terrible, man. I'm still heartbroken.
No, he's not. He doesn't have the capacity to feel heartbroken about anything. He wasn't heartbroken when he was putting his left and right fists on his woman he appears to love. Basically, this is the problem I have, is that the thing is this: love does not make you repeatedly hit somebody. Okay. And my argument is okay, fine. I will bite. I will say that she was hitting you and abusing you. Well, you're a dude, bro. And if you're as famous as you say you are, you tell her to fuck off and you move on with your life, which made you say, I understand emotions, blah, 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 blah. But just remember that. Here we go.
Broken. Like I said, even my other relationships.
The reason why he paused like that is he had to think of something else. He had to think up something.
I had a pregnancy scare. I've never had a pregnancy scare.
Number two, I don't know about you, but this is a little bit too personal to be putting on the internet. And that's something a lot of people miss. This is very freaking personal. She didn't even mention nothing about this, but he made a point of bringing it up. This shows a very lack of empathy. Like, he doesn't care. He's more focused on getting his reputation where it needs to be.
I never had I'm saying? I've never even been that close to even, I would say for a long time, I thought I was shooting blanks because I ain't never almost got somebody pregnant, but she was pregnant.
I don't know if you can believe everything he's saying right there because his eyes are moving too much. And it's like he's trying to avoid conveyance of honesty.
We was getting into it. We was just getting into it. And it was just bad. It went left. After that first month, it just went left. It went left.
He is really trying to get the empathy train for him on his side.
We didn't end up keeping it, sadly.
So did you guys choose, or was it like voluntarily, or did something just natural cause that happened?
No, we chose not to keep it.
See, his eyes fluttered because Shabuka doesn't know this, but he caught him in a lie.
Okay. Your career, her career, or was it just like the back and forth, just not seeing eye to eye?
It was toxic, and realistically, I hate to admit it, I would have had it, but realistic, we talk realistic, I'm not in a position to have a kid, so that's also a thought. But yeah, I'm still sick about it. Ain't no telling where we would be,
I'm gonna fast forward. Let's get it.
I thought he was so cute. She used to push me in my chest. I used to laugh at it, whatever the case may be. But then they got to slapping, they got to fighting, and they got to all this stuff. And like I said, I've never experienced something like this in my life.
So a lot of people want to know, when that happened, right? It came from being cute, lovable taps to actually abuse, if you want to talk about it. And a lot of times people are always looking at one party and not looking at the entire picture of what abuse is. You get what I'm saying? We're not looking and we're not taking away of whatever happened to her. And we're definitely not going to be insensitive to a lot of victims that go through the situation. But what about the guys that get abused? You know, nobody ever wants to listen
Good point, guys. Here we go.
To the guys that get abused. No one ever wants to listen to the things. Everyone always says, oh, you're the guy. Man up and walk away. Man up and you know, figure it out. But
yeah, man up and walk away is a good thing.
Why didn't you leave? After you started seeing the abuse happening, why didn't you leave?
Listen, the most triggering shit ever, and I'm gonna be completely vulnerable. Listen, we didn't win. And I'll say this first and foremost. I have a terrible habit on how I speak. I'm getting better at it. And I used to cuss a lot, and I used to be very disrespectful and very blunt. I used to use the word bitch too loosely.
Oh.
He's tap dancing, DJ. He's tap dancing around the question. The
Yeah.
question was, why didn't you leave? That was the question, and he still ain't even answered that.
No. I think he's gonna keep tap dancing myself. Let's see what happens.
I still use that.
That's me being honest. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody upset me, I'd say that. You know what I'm saying? This is not the woman that I was supposed to be, you know what I'm saying, doing that with by no means. You know what I'm saying?
So he admits calling her a bitch. That is clear.
Yeah, but he still hasn't said why he left. You know, he was asked, why didn't you? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he was asked. You know, I don't know how many seconds ago now, but he was asked, why didn't you leave? You know, if there was this abuse, why didn't you leave? And he didn't answer the question. Matter of fact, DJ, let me ask this: do you know how old this gentleman is?
I think he's like maybe what? Maybe 29, 30. I think he's a little bit younger than the woman.
And how old was he when this incident took place?
I think this happened this is recent, like maybe 5 months, 2 months, 3 months ago. This is really recent.
That's kind of tough. If he was in his early to mid 20s, I would say, okay, I kind of can figure why he didn't leave. But once you start getting into your 30s, you know,
you should have your own shit.
Yeah, you should have your own shit. Maturity level should go up. You know, so you ought to recognize, hey, you know what, this just is not going to work, kind of thing.
Right.
You dealing with a popo. This is an attorney, a Harvard law attorney. So even if you were able to be a little aggressive, or if you wanted to be the man in the relationship, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of women who have careers, a lot of alpha women, they're not taking that bullshit. All that bitch word, all that passive aggressiveness, they're not standing for it. So anyone else it may have worked with, and I'm sorry to say this to a lot of guys, that's why we have to make sure we know who we dating. A lot of women who are alpha women, they want you to be a yes man. And if you're not used to being a yes man, it's not going to work.
Yeah, pack it up. Pack it up. Pack it up. So I'm not used to that at all.
In the house, concrete ghost.
Yeah. This is his fault. I'm sorry, but this is his fault.
Like I said, I'm used to being up here and the woman is here. You know what I'm saying? I'm at least.
Wow.
Yeah. This is all his damn fault. Yeah,
So he
nobody
wants
to blame but himself.
This is the thing. He's saying he wanted to be. Let me play it one more time because this is something we got to just.
Guys, that's why we have to make sure we know who we dating. A lot of women who are alpha women, they want you to be a yes man. And if you're not used to being a yes man, it's not going to work.
Yeah, pack it up. Pack it up. Pack it up. So I'm not used to that at all. Like I said, I'm used to being up here and the woman is here. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe he means it in a different way.
No,
but it sounds like to me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It sounds like to me he has the nerve. He has the nerve to be misogynist.
Yeah, he meant what he said, DJ. I'm up here. She's
down
she's
there.
A woman
Yeah,
down there because she's a woman, despite the fact that she's a lawyer. Do I have that
Right.
correct?
There we go.
What's his level of education? You know,
I would say high school at best because that's the from. I can't tell you for sure. All I know is by the way he's speaking, either he's trying to use that vernacular or he's not that educated.
I'll just put myself in this man's shoes, just for a moment here. I'm dating a successful lawyer. Remember, I admitted I only have a high school diploma. There's no way in hell I'm going to be pulling no alpha male, I'm the man, all that other crap. I ain't pulling that shit because guess what? I'm not the man in that relationship.
Right.
I don't leave nothing in that relationship. I'm eating because my wife is making the money. She's bringing home the bacon,
But bringing home the bacon is not the definition of a man, but we kind of covered that earlier when you wanted to argue with that nice lady.
Argue with that nice lady? She called me a buffoon.
Right, girl?
If the shoe fits, man.
If the shoe fits, you think I'm a buffoon? You think I'm a buffoon? Oh man, the silence there that hurts.
It was accompanied with a side eye too.
Oh, ouch! Ouch! She throwing daggers at me, DJ.
Hey,
everybody's not perfect, but you can work towards being better, and sometimes you just have these moments.
No, ma'am. Like I said, I just asked her, define what a man was. I listened. I didn't cut her off. She told me what she believed a man was, and then she got into leadership. And I'm not going to lie, as DJ had said earlier, sometimes you just got to let people talk, and then they kind of mess up.
Well, you back to defining a man, and bringing home the bacon is not the definition of a man.
Well, I just said in this scenario, if again I put myself in his shoes, when I said, "Hey, I'm putting myself in his shoes," I'm dating a woman that is, college educated, successful lawyer. My point was, I have no right to say I'm up here and she's down there. I have no right
sure the woman
whatsoever.
was never asking him to be down there in the first place. I'm pretty sure that if you ever listen to her story, she wasn't trying to dominate this man.
Yeah, I believe DJ did play her story in a few episodes ago. I believe.
Yeah. And when you heard her story, did it sound like she was trying to boss him around?
No.
It sounded like she was tired of carrying him, and that's for sure.
That might have been. That might have been, but from what I can tell, these two should not have been together, and he should have used mindfulness and said, you know what, this just isn't going to work. And he should have walked away before any of this happened. He has no one to blame but himself.
I think he had a pretty clear signal when her doors was locked and he had to finagle his way in her apartment. Locked doors are a pretty good sign to stay out. I mean, my grandparents, as country as they are, they would say locked doors are for honest people. If you have to finagle your way into an apartment and sweet talk your way to somebody else's property, that's a clear sign you're in the wrong.
Bars.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree with that one.
I mean, the thing is that's where he really loses the whole. In my opinion, he loses the whole. The whole case is that it's clear that he went over to her house when he didn't have to go over to her house. Whether it was on that night that he put hands and feet on her or any other. Nobody forced him to stay there. He wasn't like he had a
Right.
big bolt and chain on him. She pretty much let him come and go when he wanted to, and if anything, wanted him to stay away when he was putting hands and feet on her. So the problem he's going to have in court is when they ask him, and it's going to be some simple question that's going to trip him up. It's going to be so why, sir? Why did you force yourself? If she's so dangerous, why did you force yourself back into danger to get a couple items from her place? And he's sitting there going, because all he had to do, if let's say he asked for the stuff back, he asked her to ship the stuff to him, which she probably would have been more than fine with. But let's say he said, oh, she didn't want to ship, he can sue for his stuff. If he really wanted it that bad. I see the Ghost, I usually see this with men using this with you, but it's usually with something of much higher value, like a child, like how DDS was doing his girl, how he would say, oh yeah, I want to go see her at 4:00 in the morning. Blueface did the same thing, where for some reason he got really concerned about his child. He wasn't concerned at 4 in the afternoon or 12 noon, had no problem with the child being elsewhere then, but at 4 a.m. in the morning, Blueface just had to go see his child.
Guys use that excuse all the time. They shortchange their relationship with their own children just so they could still interfere in the life of the one that got away or the one that doesn't want them. It's just a convenient excuse, and the woman suffers, yes, but the children really suffer.
Let's play a little bit more. Let's see what we got here.
I'm at least able to do.
You're from the old school. A woman should be seen and not heard.
And that's it, But not even that, you know what I'm saying? But just know your place and don't be doing too much when we're, you know what I'm saying? If you need
so you really want somebody that's just into their feminine powers, pretty much.
Absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? It's good to, live. I want you to live, of course, but also like if there's something I need to be corrected on, we do this when we get to the crib. You know what I'm saying? Or we get back to the car,
Ghost, what do you think about his eye movement? What is catching your eye about his eye movement? It seems like he's thinking too much.
It seems like he's thinking, but I kind of got the impression that he was trying to read the vibe of the audience, whoever might be observing this conversation, because he's flip-flopping back and forth in his story, but it seems like he might lean a little bit this way when he hears certain something, or lean a little bit this way when he sees something, hears something else that's going on in the audience. So I think he's just trying to paint himself in a good light to the best of the ability with the audience reaction that's available.
I have to concur with Ghost here. He's definitely reading the chat. What's the chat saying? And things that I see it all the time. Everyone is always paying attention to the damn chat, and then you can see the tail is when the individual starts getting frustrated because somebody in the chat said something that they don't particularly care for, and that's when they start crashing out.
Just go crazy outside in public, vice versa, right? But back to what I was saying, I came into this relationship and I set a terrible platform, and I was calling her out her name, and it's not
okay. Cool. So he admits to verbally abusing her.
Cool. It's not cool, but inevitably it led to whatever she decided.
Did you apologize?
Yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Even if he did, it was probably a half-assed apology, if you can even call it that.
I'm not believing it. He probably was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't call you a MF and B." I don't believe him. I don't believe him.
So you did apologize. So how do we get to here? So for example, right, we've gotten here and we have all of the documentation. Now, what people don't know is, and what you haven't really exposed, is that you've been abused. Now we've seen the effect, but we haven't seen the cause.
He said he was abused. We don't know if he's been abused. So as you can see, old Shabuka is a little bit biased here because we haven't seen anything. We don't see any scars. We didn't see any pictures. He didn't have any pictures of any scars or a black eye or any medical records. The girl had all that. So sorry, we're gonna take him by, we're gonna listen to what he's got to say, but
you have to remember, DJ, abuse is not.
I have the video.
Were you saying something?
Yeah, I was just saying that you have to remember abuse is not always physical.
Right, but we have him admitting that he called her a B, right?
Correct.
So basically, if let's say he calls her a B, right, and she said MF or get the hell out, is she really abusing him or is she just replying?
No, she's just replying in that scenario.
Okay. And it sounds like to me, I don't know, it sounds like to me he initiated the vulgarities in my. If you know what I mean, because he's not saying, "Oh yeah, she called me this, and I called her that."
There's a good possibility of that.
Here we go.
Videos. I have the screenshots. I have all of the proofs of you getting bit, you getting punched in the face, and this is somebody who's definitely fit. She goes boxing 3-4 times a week.
Oh my God, she's Superwoman now.
Well, he did say he saw the videos and the pictures of him getting bit. So at this point, I
haven't
can't say
seen any videos or pictures either. I don't know. Shabuka is losing. He's losing a lot of my trust. I mean, I don't know. Concrete. What do you think?
I'm just distracted. I can't concentrate on what Shabuka is saying when his lips are shinier than mine. I need to know what matte color he's wearing. I mean, I see his mouth moving and I'm not understanding the words because the glimmer is just hypnotizing me.
This lady know how to shabrik, baby. This is not like a damsel in distress. This lady is a professional. She is trained. And
so then if that's the case, why did he force himself back into her place? That's the big question. If she was like, a kung fu master, why go back in there? Why put yourself in the harm? See, and that's where a lot of men lose. This is why a lot of men probably have used this angle where, oh man, she was hitting me too. But then the judges are like looking at these people saying, well, nigga, you could have left. A man can run down a woman, but very rarely can a woman run down a man. That's just how it is. Now, Concrete Ghost, he was a sprinter. That's different. So anyway, yeah, you can run that. But in most cases, she is such a powerful person, then you're not going to go try to force force her door open and take whatever excuse really that you were using to get into her place.
And if she's such a horrible person, why not put her on blast? That's when you call the authorities and then say, oh, she's putting her hands on me and I'm not touching her.
Right.
I've seen back and forth, and a lot of times we feel as if that when all this was happening to you and you did document it, why not just leave? If you're not used to women hitting on you, if you're not used to people scratching you and biting you and you having stitches on your eyes and things of that nature, why not just leave?
I love the girl. It's a little early in this. I didn't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? For example, the first instance that we had,
Notice how, really, quite honestly, Shibuka was trying to like help him out, but you can tell. Concrete goes. You're like, you got to compete with Shibuka,
making
right?
me look bad. I can't. No, you don't have a shine off.
But the thing is that's going to be his downfall. Is really quite honestly the truth, because again, if things are so bad, the reason why women have to hang out is because dudes be stocking it up and bopping it up. And that's just not, and that's the one thing that a lot of men don't know, that yes, women do indeed stock or bop, but it's at a much lower percentage, and you have to take that into account. So if he was to have left her because of all this pain he's going through, that he said he's going through, right? He more than likely would be just moving on with his life, because he said he already had, remember now, he already has another chick. He had a side chick. That's the one who drove him to the place, was a side chick. So if that's Miss IV, not the shine off goes, but no, I mean, seriously, he had every opportunity to move on. He's a decent looking guy. Obviously, you can find another attractive woman if that was it. He didn't need her, of course, because he had so much going on in his life. You know, he's a supermodel, and he has a business. He could give business advice. So he didn't have to be there. She wasn't economically, abusing him. So what is it? What is making him stay there?
I said, I led this relationship calling out her name. She was upset about that. We were at a family dinner. She got wasted. She was drunk. We're leaving now. And like I said, she's hanging out the window. She's throwing my fucking phone out the window. We get to the crib.
She's treating you like a child.
Listen, the minute the baby gets out the car and goes back to her dad, it's over with. I'm getting slapped up from the parking lot up, all the way to the hallway up. And in the house, I'm getting slapped up. And like I said, I've never, ever in my life been through something like this. So I don't know how to react. I'm just shocked. I'm sitting here at the point when I did try to leave. Like I said, that's just 20, 30 slaps in this one day.
Is Ghost? Oh, dang, Ghost is gone. Oh, okay, she's back. Okay. But I don't know. It just seems like it's the simplest things that stick out the most. He's trying to make it sound like he was just chained in the relationship, abused in the relationship, and that the only thing I can think is that he's trying to build up his defense.
There's a good possibility of that. To be honest with you, like I said, the evidence thus far, it just doesn't look good for him, period. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, trying to break into his abuser's home, but that's not after she changes the locks, that's not a good look. The fact that he continued to stay, and he's in that in-between age where it's hard to say, how do I put it? It's hard to say if he knew better, because I do know when you're a man in your 20s, and I know from experience, like, I ain't gonna lie, you're gonna be doing some really stupid things in relationships, but again, over the course of time, you mature, you start to learn things, and you're supposed to just know. It's real easy for all of us to sit here and play Monday morning quarterback, but him going through what he went through what she went through. I'll just be honest with you. This is something that probably should not have lasted as long as it did, whatever it was.
Concrete Ghost, what do you think?
I understand why people have given this dude a platform, but I mean, after you hear him contradict himself 2, 3, 4, 5 times, it just makes you look stupid that you're still giving him a platform to make you look stupid for giving him a platform.
Bars.
It's like, you know he's a liar. Liars gonna lie.
Right.
And you still you're still sitting up there pretending like, oh, well, maybe he'll tell something different and it'll be good. It's the truth. No, you already know he's lying. I never put my hands on her. I was defending myself. Okay, I held her down. I slapped. Come on.
Right.
She got a
Right.
black eye. Why yeah. Like you said, how did he get that black eye? Miss RV said, how'd she get that black eye? I'm thinking he tripped over his ego. Because he seemed to have a big one. He might have just left it laying around her apartment after he broke into it.
Yep.
Yeah. More than likely, he probably, in this case, I think he probably contributed to that black eye, and I'm putting it nicely. But I have seen there's a video that went viral of a guy kicking his girlfriend out, and
did he?
Luckily,
did he
I'm sorry.
Did he do it?
No, in fact, he had his cell phone. No,
he didn't get it. He didn't get it.
In fact, he had his cell phone camera out, right, recording her as she's screaming, going bonkers. And I swear to God, the woman runs right into a door jam, crashes. She runs as hard as she can, plants her face right into the thing.
I believe
It
that's
bashes
called
her
panic.
own.
When people are afraid and they don't know up from down, left from right.
So you panic and you decide to run face first into a door jam, like intentionally?
If you're in panic, you're not doing anything intentionally.
No, or could it have been that she was trying to frame him for abuse?
Well,
Anything's possible in this world.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
The
just
only
saying.
thing was this gentleman was at least smart enough to have his camera recording, and he stayed the hell away from her.
It still bothered me that you didn't get my joke though, because that was a good ass joke.
Yeah, I only have a high school diploma, so.
You were talking about a famous video where a guy was kicking his girlfriend, and the joke is, did he do it? Did he do it? One of the most famous videos.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I get it now.
I know we're slow. Okay, we're gonna with Diddy in mind. Thank you, Concrete Ghost, for this perfect segue. Since she said.
It was such an easy joke.
I know. We're sorry.
I have a high school diploma. What can I say?
Okay, here we go. We're gonna go into another Diddy situation. Here we go.
All those is in the description box below the video.
So
Y'all can hear me?
basically, this is a man slamming a really probably smaller than probably about 4'11", maybe 85, 90-pound woman on the bed. Okay. This is Atlanta glorified rapper T Hood. And basically he literally diddied her. He just I have to play that's just for starters. I need to play the video. We are going watch. Okay. Let me go.
I'm the type of nigga when I first started rapping.
Let me go back. I want to show
that T Hood was very violent towards Kelsey, which was what
So
prompted
they-
Kelsey's brother to
they
kill
blurred
T
it
Hood.
for a good
We shall
reason. Let's
play
put it that
videos
way.
of Kelsey's friend and also some not so nice videos of T Hood abusing Kelsey. Hello and welcome to Twist.
So basically, we don't have to go into what happened. I think it's clear that he picked up this little girl and just kind of like ragdolled her around. For all the skeptics, I'm going to just play a little bit more, and then we're going to debate whether he really deserved to die. Here we go.
It was murder. People were in support of T. Hood's family until the receipts and evidence started coming out. In this first clip, we will show you what T. Hood had been doing to her, and then also show video of Kelsey's friend talking about a lot of issues.
Now, they graded out classically for us, but you can kind of tell. You can kind of tell what's.
That
Okay,
DJ
I think
DJ,
that's enough right there.
Is this the same Kelsey that was friends with Megan Thee Stallion?
She might be, because it's possible. It's possible. I'm not sure. All I know is that her parents or something like that are in love and hip hop. Wait, no, not her parents, but her son. The son who shot the guy is in love and hip hop. So I don't know. I cannot say. Now here's the situation. What's going down here? So this is a Detroit rapper, and she's in the same situation we have going on with this one right here. Is basically
George, I got one thing to say. That's
Okay.
not the same Kelsey Meg Thee Stallion hang with. That's actually Rashida Kirk's daughter, Kirk from Love Hip Hop ATL daughter.
Oh, okay.
Him and Rashid. Well, we all know Kirk is Rashida's husband.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, there's really, I mean, we can go through the whole story, but the bottom line is this, is I want to make it general. Does a man, okay, I think it's a lot like, this is a similar situation to me.
Murder charges against a mother and her 14-year-old son have been dropped.
Get your food! Who? Get the gun? Who? Nay. Get your food! Get your food! If you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. Oh my God, I say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. Oh, say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out.
So basically, after that, he got pewed. I ain't got no problem with that. So I'm not saying the other man deserved to be deleted, but I don't know. I mean, this T Hood dude, he looks pretty big. What can you do? Am I being mean? Somebody feel free to talk.
Well, no, DJ, you're not being mean. I mean, in a scenario like this, again, none of us are there, so we don't have the context. But I mean, a lot of things could have happened that caused that 14-year-old to feel him and his mother's life were in danger.
Yeah. So does that? Am I making the right correlation with?
I believe you are. No.
You know, am I making the right correlation with this? Is this close enough of a comparison that we can say, yeah, he had it coming too?
That you're talking the other case.
Have you seen this?
We're talking about. No.
Okay. This is what happened. Okay, this guy's T Hood was a pretty famous rapper, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying was because he's no longer with us, of course. He was a guy I just showed, not the guy in the shop, right? But he was a guy here. Let me go. Who was literally beating up a woman, probably the size of a girl, literally the size of a girl.
Okay.
Beating, I mean, full fist, but looked like he was doing some MMA stuff, really, for real, on this little girl. She did nothing wrong. It's clear. It's clear. Everybody agrees she was doing nothing wrong. She was just asleep. She was just asleep. He would walk in and would just start wailing on her. Well, it got to the point where she called her family and they came over. Now, I don't know whether he is staying at her place or the other way around. But anyway, in the middle of one of his MMA performances, they shot him dead. They shot him dead. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I do, but I don't want to admit it. I mean, what y'all think?
I feel bad for children who are put in this particular situation. I mean, in the other case, I mean, the boy sees his mom is under attack, and I mean, he made a decision to pull the trigger, and the man that was hurting his mom stopped. But now this young man has a different kind of wound. He has the memory of now taking an actual human life to protect the person he loved the most. And was it reasonable? Many would say yes. A child defending his mother is instinct, is survival, is love, like just raw form love. But the truth is nobody wins in that moment. Violence might have saved her life, but it also stole a piece of his childhood. And that's just the cost of violence. It spreads like a ripple and it's passing from one person to the next and from generation to generation, and until we can break the cycle, until we can raise young men who know better than to put their hands on other people, then we're not ever going to get in a better situation where our children will not have to be facing those kind of consequences.
I agree. I guess simply put, what you're saying is that it's a shame. It's just a painful shame that the young child was put in that position to have to save his mom.
It's sad. It's heartbreaking. I mean, that childhood is gone. And this fool right here was doing encore shows. He should have kind of expected it. Yeah,
you're right. That's a good point of putting it. I mean, it's like the weight difference is so big. She didn't even bother to try to fight back. All she could do was crouch and take the hits. All she could do is try to keep. And these are different instances. This is not the same. My God. Man.
I mean, I'm just gonna assume old dude had a little street cred. He knows what life is like there. You can't just go around putting your hands on people and not expect any kind of repercussions.
Right.
That's not how it is in the street.
You talking Detroit? They ain't Detroit. You know, I don't know. I used to live in Detroit. It's a whole different animal up there.
See, I'm from the South, the dirty South. And you do the least amount of stuff, you might get lit up with some metal. So,
yeah, I mean, I think what he thought is that, okay, I got this person isolated. She's not going anywhere. I got myself a punching bag. Oh, the track didn't come out right at the studio. Let me go home and beat up on her. Oh, dang, I just lost, $5,000. Let me go home. And that's how it happens. It almost was like, and she wasn't doing anything. She was just being there. So
he didn't see her as a human being. He totally dehumanized her and objectified her. He did not see her as a person.
I agree.
Sorry?
Let's see if I can get more of a storyline in the mix here.
His baby mom also told me that, yeah, she knew and she was aware that Hood was on something new. He was on something new. And the person that he would do it with is Sydney/Vanessa, and she has gotten on her for doing
I believe when he said he is on something new, they're talking about a new drug or something like that, and he's and he's got a side chick, and he's doing it with that person.
that with him because he don't act himself when he's on that particular drug. And I have the message of that. I'm gonna show y'all that too. Why y'all trying to say why she didn't leave? Why that girl didn't leave when she got her?
In this story, we would like to shed more light on the killing of the Atlanta rapper T Hood.
They're like a carpet to get in their paint, geeked up, vibing, doing.
I want to make sure I don't get zapped.
I don't condone that shit. I don't give a fuck whether or not. Like I hear what y'all are saying, but y'all like.
Okay, let's go right here.
Brother. T Hood's family even released an audio.
Last night on Lee Road.
There were back the Atlanta rapper T Hood.
They're like a carpet to get in their paint, geeked up.
God dang it. Okay, there we go.
7 p.m. last night on Lee Road.
There were back and forth stories about how his girlfriend Kelsey Frost set him up to be killed by her brother. T Hood's family even released an audio where Kelsey admitted her brother killed T Hood.
I don't know. They maybe had the wrong information. They tried to find him. They sent the little SWAT team with the little shit with the big iron. They came and he was taken into handcuffs. I told you that was wrong. I don't condone that shit. I don't give a fuck whether or not. Like I hear what y'all are saying, but y'all like you can't like I don't condone that shit. It's more to the story, so I don't.
Well, I don't understand how they would let him out if you told them that.
I didn't hear any admission about her. Let me keep.
The brother shot Tevin. They wouldn't. They supposed to have him. Okay, so I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna find out.
So yeah, please do it. Like I'm asking the same questions. What I'm saying is like.
Okay, when can we get his things, Kay?
But few days after the shooting, enough receipts and evidence has been presented to show that T Hood was very violent towards Kelsey, which was what prompted Kelsey's brother to kill T Hood. We shall play videos of Kelsey's friend and also some not so nice videos of T Hood abusing Kelsey. Hello and welcome to Twisted Crimes.
Not even a regular crime show, it's Twisted Crimes.
Exactly. Exactly.
I ain't gonna rap on nobody's shit but plug shit.
T Hood had a girlfriend by the name of Kelsey Frost. Kelsey is the daughter of Kirk and Rashida Frost. The pair have appeared as main cast members on Love and Hip Hop Atlanta since the show's debut on VH1 in 2012. Alright, let's get into it. T Hood and Kelsey's relationship was not the best according to her and other people who saw what was happening. He was cheating and also extremely abusive. So on August 8, 2025, Kelsey must have called her brother Kai Frost to help her during one of her episodes with her so-called loving boyfriend. Kai Frost showed up and tried to help her sister from further abuse, but things escalated and shots rang out during the scuffle. T Hood was shot 7 times, 5 in the back. He was rushed to the hospital where he died. He was just 33. The shooter remained on scene at the time of the incident, and both the shooter and witnesses continue to cooperate with investigators.
Shooting death of it, County Police have named the son of Love and Hip Hop stars Rashida and Kurt Frost the suspect in the shooting death of Atlanta rapper T Hood. 11 Alive, Seth and Haynock joining us from the newsroom. Seth, the two seem to be connected through T Hood's girlfriend.
That's
so. This is going to be very interesting because, in my opinion, it seems like they tried intervention first, but it went south. And T Hood's. I don't think the kid who did the shooting, I don't think he's anywhere near the size of T Hood was, and he probably said, "Look, I'm not dying here."
He said brother, right? It was her brother, right? Not her son. Yeah. How old is the brother?
20.
He probably looked like he was in his 20s.
Early 20s, probably.
Yeah, That's going to be, well, that's tricky. But I think he said the charges were dropped, right? Just kind
No,
of muted.
no, that was in the
still,
other one, the old Chicago one.
Oh, the other one. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I'm sorry, I mixed the two up.
Oh, no problem. I'm going to read this message about from Tiffany to Concrete Ghost. Concrete Ghost, you are a gem. Thank you for bringing your brilliance, your class, your kindness, and your wisdom to us. I truly appreciate you. Bars.
Thanks, Tiffany. Appreciate you.
That's what we're learning this morning, Aisha. Kelsey Frost, she is the daughter of reality stars Kirk and Rashida Frost, listed as a resident of the home where this deadly shooting of 33-year-old rapper Tevin Hood happened on Friday. And according to social media posts, she and the rapper were in an alleged relationship. Well, now police naming her younger brother, 24-year-old Kai Frost, as the suspect in the rapper's shooting death. On August the 9th, police found the rapper shot inside a home in Snellville around 7 p.m. Police say the younger Frost and other witnesses remained on the scene after the shooting. In an update Wednesday,
Yeah,
police...
I think this is a guy who did the shooting. Look how small he is. I know a camera angle could make somebody look smaller, right? But he doesn't look like he's over 5'8", and he's pretty thin. So no, you saw how big old T whatever Hood was.
Yeah.
You know, I thought about something. It just hit me. Something. I just thought about it would be great to have a live stream where, Ghost and maybe Rat Girl, but just come on here and chop it up. And I would just shut the hell up, let them rock. I'm just throwing that out there. You guys can talk about anything, bring whatever clips you want. Just saying. Yeah, you two very talented, way more talented than me. Speakers, I think that would be a bomb. I think that would be bomb. We could talk about anything y'all want. Just throwing it out there. Here we go. Back to the show.
Police now say the shooting is being investigated as a possible self-defense case. According to the latest report, Gwinnett County Police say a domestic disturbance occurred at the residence, resulting in a female victim sustaining physical injuries. That report also says that the shooter arrived to the residence after the physical altercation had taken place and separated himself from the residence before the shooting occurred. Police say the suspect, Kai Frost, and witnesses continue to cooperate.
The shooter was said to be Kai Frost, Kelsey's brother. Things went south from there when some people said it was self-defense while others believed it was murder. People were in support of T. Hood's family until the receipt.
It's hard. It's hard to argue that it wasn't self-defense because it's not like, I think there's so much stuff that we have to think about that we don't have information to, is like what was going on when he shot him? Like, was he like did he on the girl, or did he on somebody else, or was he, rushing after somebody, or, was he kind of like just chilling and whatever? But to me, it's like, quite honestly, the result doesn't bother me, to quite honest. I hate to say.
The problem that he's going to face in trial is, as the video had said earlier, T, whatever his name is, was shot in the back 5 times. That's going to be a big issue. Now, what I don't know is, is murder, because murder, especially depending on the degree, you have to prove intent. Did he go over there intentionally to go unalive T-Dog or whatever the hell his name is? That part I don't know. At a minimum, I would say, a prosecutor could probably charge him with manslaughter. That would be the easiest case.
Yeah, I would
manslaughter.
Yeah, maybe, but it depends whether the thing is that was the man defending himself from T Hood?
Not if T Hood is shot in the back. that's going to be used against him in trial.
They might give him a little bit because they give other people a little bit of room as far as, oh wow, he was amped up, if you know what I mean. It's like,
they'll say
what do
heat
you
of
think,
passion. That whole
Yeah,
but
even with passion, again, that's manslaughter.
I agree that it's manslaughter, but if they can paint this brother in the brightest of lights, racism is still going to rule supreme. They will overlook that the dude got shot in the back 5 times. If the dude doing the shooting is a more upstanding gentleman than T Hood and his rapping gangster friends.
Right.
So if they can paint him to be a little bit on the nicer side, then they won't punish him too badly for getting rid of trash, taking the trash out.
Exactly.
Yeah. I could see that. Unfortunately, though, when it involves 2 black men, unfortunately, they don't always look at it that way.
That's what I'm got to say. Somebody's got to be the villain, and somebody got to be the more upstanding citizen. It's whoever they can paint in a brighter light, because they don't care about the system of justice. Does not care about black men, but people are innately racist, and that's just the truth. So if they can paint the brother to be a more upstanding citizen, then he might not get the same punishment you might give little Pookie down the street who been to jail 6 or 7, 8 times.
Right.
And he's shooting people. If they can prove this brother is not that type and he doesn't really have a record and maybe has a job in the education or whatever they want to paint him with, then I think he will get a lighter sentence. But 5 times in the back is pretty much guaranteeing manslaughter is going to be on the table because it's in the back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. He does have some things going for him. This is a guy right here. So he doesn't have a menacing look to him. If he's educated, they'll give him some more points for that. They literally do this in law. They'll give you points for being more educated and at least having a life of your own, or if you can call it. And if he's not a gang, they'll give him some more points. And I'll tell you an example of somebody who just got off. Remember the guy who choked out that black man on the train?
That military guy.
He walked off scot-free, and that was about as manslaughter-ish as you can get. So the question, I think, what Concrete is saying is this black man white enough?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah. So maybe, it's going to be very interesting, but I think, believe it or not, culturally, he's going to be seen as a hero.
Yeah, I would say this: if the prosecutor goes for like first-degree murder charge, then yeah, I can see the defendant having it. This gentleman in this case having having a shot. But again, it depends on what the prosecutor is going to charge with. Because if they try to shoot for the moon, you got to prove intent. You got to prove all kinds of things. Now, I will say one thing that doesn't look good is the altercation, I believe, with the sister took place before he arrived, which suggests he got a phone call. So he brought a firearm. They could try to say that's intent. He brought the firearm. But that's not.
This is
guaranteed.
How, as a defense counsel, I would approach that as like, okay, somebody already said they're in danger. You need to extract them, like those famous movies, The Extractor. Where they have to bring a gun, but just in case things get hairy, right? Things got hairy. He went in an extractor mode. So I do agree with you but it would have been worse for this kid if he would have waited the next day to go over there. But I believe she had just got went to the Hands and Feet Club hours before he went over there to, I guess, assume to extract her out of that situation. So you have to ask yourself is how much force can you use to get somebody out of a situation? He might have been shooting him in the back because he was choking on the girl. We don't know. He might have been choking the girl, and that would have left some clean shots. The cleanest shot he was going to get was if he was in the midst of choking her and he puts 7 in the back. He probably, and you could take a couple shots without knowing you've been shot. And, I'm just kind of saying it's going to be very interesting. I have to see the ballistics. That's my thing.
The only problem is, okay, let's say he was actively choking his sister in the act when he arrives, and he shows up, has his back turned to him. The only thing is, when you have a firearm, it's like, okay, you miss, you can accidentally unalive your sister, you can wound your sister, because you got to remember.
That's true, but cops take that shot too, right?
Yes, they do. But you're talking, but police officer, they operate under a different set of laws.
Right, but I mean, the situations. I understand what you're saying, but technically, who's really thinking about that when their sister or cousin or is getting choked?
That's
you're
true.
Not really saying. You're not saying, well, in the police. The police handbook, you're supposed to say stop, officer. I mean, you're supposed to say stop or whatever. And we don't know. He might have said stop it, and he might have you might have kept going. So I don't know. We don't.
Yeah,
we won't
that's
know.
true.
And I mean, I think that the big deal, Darnell, is whether he was on the ground on his face. If you know what I mean.
No, I don't. On the ground, on his face.
Let's say T Hood was on the ground on his face after being shot a couple times. He got shot a couple times in front, right?
I'm not sure. I heard 5 in the back is what the video said.
The majority was the back, but he had a couple in the front.
Right. So it's hey, look. Number one, you would know more than me, Darnell, because you play with the pew-pews. But as far as I'm seeing, it really matters the position T Hood was in when the young man was pew-pewing. If T Hood was moving around still or whatever, and it wasn't like he was subdued by the first 2 shots, then this is going to be a very interesting case.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. The only thing, and I wanted to ask you this a minute ago, but putting myself in the shoes of a prosecutor, and here's what a prosecutor is going to ask as a retort to what you had said earlier, is why didn't you call 911?
They may have, but that's a good point. That fact I do not know, but I believe they did. I want to say in passing, they did.
What was it after the fact, after the shooting, or was it before?
Well, we know they called him at sometimes. We know they called him at some time because the police did show up, and the young man stayed there, which was very smart.
Right. I think he's asking if police were called in past episodes, and it's very possible. If you ever been familiar with domestic violence situation, the police do not run out for every single call, especially if you don't live in the right zip code.
Bars.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's very true. But again, you just have to put yourself in the shoes of a prosecutor. That is going to come up if, let's just say, he didn't call the police. His first instinct, I'm grab the pistol, I'm gonna head over there. Not necessarily. I'm not implying that he had intentions to shoot, but that's what's going to go through the prosecutor's mind in a court case.
We just got to see which side of the coin this is all going to land, because he might be concealed carry. That might be something he always have on him. They might clean him up real good. I mean, he doesn't have any face tattoos, so that's a plus.
Yeah,
Put him in a suit.
And he's the son of some famous, people. So he's got a chance.
He's got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hell, OJ was innocent, right?
It matters. You know what happened? It'll matter how dirty T Hood was. And what I mean is that not only the abuse that he did to this little girl, but if he has a pretty long jacket, they might just say, hey, you know something? This is bound to happen anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but unfortunately, like with the law, they don't think about things like that.
Well, they actually do. They actually
you got the complexion for the protection.
Yeah, it just I guess it just depends, but for the most part they don't. Like, for example, let's say this is just pretend here, but let's say DJ Torch, you, me, Ghost here, we were part of a group that decided to go after convicted PDF files.
I know you said it's just pretend, but pretend me don't want to participate because you talk too much.
Okay, but the point is that if we took to vigilantism, even though that those people are convicted PDF files, though in the eyes of the law, they're still viewed as victims, and we would still be charged in the crime. Does that make sense?
Not if you're president.
That has nothing to do.
Well, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear nothing. In fact, I'm going to play the adult and say, DJ, isn't it your bedtime? Have you had your dinner?
You got me on two. You got me on two. I still need to eat and I still need to sleep. But that's a good, but let's do this. We'll revisit this because this can go on forever. And this was the last clip anyway. So any last short words? We'll start off with Darnell and finish with Ghost.
Why don't we do ladies first, DJ?
Because I'm going to make you sound crunchy and he's trying to do you a favor.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for having me, DJ. Great show as always. Very insightful. Just want to say keep up the good work, and thank you for having me again.
Darnell, I appreciate you being on the show, giving us a different perspective. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Absolutely.
All right.
I like Darnell being humble there because I just don't have it in me tonight. I spent the first 2 hours driving in from Dallas. I appreciate you having Ghost Town on. Welcome to Ghost Town. And I guess the last thing I want to say is to the people out there, not just the women, but to the people out there. Let me tell you that if you've been caught in the storm of an abusive relationship, you don't owe that storm another second of your life. You don't have to stay. You don't have to strike back. Retaliating with violence doesn't make you free. It just keeps you locked in the same prison as the person who hurt you. You're not what they did to you. You're not the names they called you. You're not the bruises they left behind. Not the fear they tried to plant in your spirit. You are bigger than that, brighter than that. You're built for better than that. So choose peace, choose freedom, choose yourself, because you deserve a love that lifts you, not a hand that hurts you. You deserve a future where your laughter is louder than your scars. And the moment you walk away is the moment you step into that truth that you've already won.
Bars. Beautifully said. Well, everybody, I think I'm going to kick the beat. Let's see. Where am I going to go with? Well, I think I'm going to go. Is it this one? I like this slow jam. This will make me fall asleep. Ladies and gentlemen, a track by Ghost. Enjoy.
He said he wanted peace, not pride. Tired of women who speak and won't hide. Said he was done with the loud and strong. Looking for someone who won't say he's wrong. But peace was never part of the plan. What he wanted was a weaker hand. Not love, not truth, not something earned. Just soft obedience unreturned. He boarded planes to outrun shame with pockets light, much
all right. Shout out to Indiana Mom, Miss Alto, of course, Concrete Ghost, Miss RV. Once again, great work, Miss RV. Kevin, the lifestyle guy. Let's not forget about Darnell. Let's not forget about Deontay. Tiffany Jackson in the house.
She served because the struggle rarely is your friend. She called him king with soft regret.
I like this hook.
Praise and called it deep respect. But this isn't love, it's currency.
Eating Adele.
Dressed in cheap fantasy. A passport is not a permission.
HQ reacts.
To purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person.
Jizzy D.
She is her own version. And you left
Miss Alto.
but you are a scourge that came with
Femi.
chains. He posts a face with boastful
Marge
pride.
Richardson.
No truth beneath, just likes to ride a real
The
one.
Rack Girl.
Caption claimed.
Rack Girl, you knocked it out the box.
Be cheaply named. Real women live in every place where eyes are taught to see with grace. But he wasn't seeking love.
Henry Mars.
Just made a purchase to destroy what's
Briana West.
They always say American women don't know how to treat a man. But what
MT.
they really mean is we don't know how to handle women who expect us to be grown. So they find girls who can't afford to disagree and call it peace.
But this isn't love, it's currency. It's power dressed in cheap fantasy.
Lucifer. 3, 2, 1.
Not a permission slip to purchase a life, to rewrite a script. She is not your piece, she is a person. Not your escape, she is
Why
your
is
own
seeking
version.
knowledge?
And you
Why seeking knowledge? We'd like you to join the chat too. I mean, the live stream too. I mean, we talked about having like ladies' night again. You know, so consider it. I think y'all would chop it up real cool.
but you never grew up.
All right. Everybody, give Concrete Ghost a hand of applause for that jam. It was slamming. I mean, thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I know it's like, dang, it's past midnight for a lot of people. Yeah, 4 hours. Well, anyway, thank you so much, everyone. This is DJ Torch. It's time for me to get my food or order my food. I don't know what I'll do tonight, but we'll see. Anyway, okay, got you. Okay. When you're ready to go, Why Seeking Knowledge, we're ready for you. All right, everybody. Good night. Concrete Ghost, you have a great evening too.
Thanks.